All right. Today is Saturday, October 26th, 2024. It's almost Halloween. Though I'm not streaming on Halloween, I guess, so it doesn't matter. Is it? Let's see. What day is Halloween on? It's on a Thursday. Yeah, I'll probably not be streaming then. But I guess it's kind of like the month of Halloween, That's the whole point. Also, hello, Lynn? I don't know what you're spamming in that message. But today, I guess I'll be playing this game. Which, by the way, I've learned is not pronounced Märchen Line or Märchen Line. The Martian, space, Martians. Kind of makes sense. But I guess it's not pronounced as that. It's pronounced as... Let's see. It says in Google Translate...
Märchen.
Märchen. Apparently it's Märchen Line.
Märchen.
Märchen. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly, but it's German for fairy tale, apparently. So it's kind of fairy tale line. I wonder if there are any fairy tale aspects in this game. Not sure. But, let's do the thing that I always do in the beginning and just go display capture and just, just ramble and warm up my voice. And by the way, I'm beginning, I was going to say, one of the few times I'm actually starting on time. But I don't know. I feel like I'm beginning to start on time, at 12 o'clock. Exactly. So I don't know if I'll keep it up, though. I don't know if I have much incentive to, really. I just kind of start at 12 o'clock. The initial reason why I start in the afternoon is because I used to have bad internet, Like, my internet used to be very slow at any time after... like 4 or 3 o'clock, like around like evening time when there'll be a lot of people on the network, when there's a lot of congestion, at least with the old style internet. I have fiber now, which is great, though I do wonder if the same problem's going to happen eventually, when everyone's moving on to like fiber, is it going to have the same congestion? I'm thinking it could be because, obviously there's well, not obvious, but actually it's not super obvious, but there's actually two kinds of fiber internet, I think. There's the one where you connect directly to the ISP, but there's also the one where you connect to a node, I think, where it's kind of like, it's like connects to like a central hub, and then that central hub connects to the node, to the other nodes or whatever, which is like less effective. I probably have the less effective version of the fiber internet. I mean, so far it's all right. Well, there have been a few hiccups though, but I don't know if it's like the problem with the network or it's just unlucky, I guess. But for the most part, when it works, it's great. And it doesn't seem like it matters when I stream, but I don't know. It's just out of habit. I just start at like noon because I'm thinking like, when it's like evening time, I'd rather not be streaming. I guess when it gets darker out, I'd rather just stream it a little bit early. I say early. Noon, early. Is that early? Depends. Of course, it's German if it's that accent. I guess so. Because I noticed that there's a... What do you call it? An umlaut? Is it called a double umlaut? I could be wrong. I just remember that umlaut is a funny word. Märchen Line. Starborn Academia. But yeah, I was planning on playing this game last week, and I think I will. Because, this week or this weekend will probably be the last time I'll be streaming, or not last time. I was gonna say streaming forever. I mean, I don't know. If I retire now, there's not much in the retirement fund really. What I was gonna say, but the Spooktober annual visual novel jam basically is almost over. So I was thinking like, yeah, I should maybe play one more thing from here. And this was a pretty long one though. It's like 50,000 words. Which I think I calculated last time it's like 9 hours or something, but that's only if you like read everything from the get-go, you don't just like ramble about random stuff. But it'll probably take longer. So this might be like 3 to 4 streams, I'm not sure, but at least I'll start it today. Maybe give a rating, tomorrow. It depends. I mean, depends if it's, my first impression has to be good. Maybe I don't like it. I don't know. I mean, it looks good. And, it's made by a developer that I've played games before, visual novels anyway, and I like them. I like these two anyway. I really liked Model Employee. It was really good. They're a sleeper hit. How many people have played this game yet? How many people play Model Employee? Only 42 ratings? That's not enough. More people need to play this one. This one's actually really good. I like it. So I'm gonna check out this one as well because it looks very high quality and everything, and it's free. I mean, pay what you want, but But yeah. So I decided to play this. There's a game. I mean, I just finished editing the video of. Again, it's like I'm so behind on editing, so it takes forever. But Psychopomp Gold came out, by the way. So I just finished like editing the video for Psychopomp, but coincidentally, Psychopomp Gold came out. Apparently, it's like a remake, I guess. You have to pay for it. It's like $10 Canadian. But I think it's like a remake. I don't know. I can't tell. It seems to be like, they remastered everything from the first game and then added a bit of content. So I was like, I don't know. I mean, for one, it's a little annoying that I have to replay everything, but on the other hand, it does look interesting. I am interested in seeing the expanded content. Also, if I hover my mouse over here, it's still selecting the options from the game. Märchen Line, Märchen Line. Anyway, but it looks interesting. I was like, I was tempted to just play it right away, but I don't know. It's a really hard choice. I'm gonna flip a coin or something, but I did decide to just play this one instead because, again, I want to give the rating. None of it matters that much, but, I was thinking, I want to give it a good rating, but I can't give it a rating until I play it, right? So I have to play it first and then give it a rating, at least a little bit of it. So I want to do this first, and then if I finish this, assuming that it captures my attention all the way through, I want to play this one next, I remember Psychopomp, as I was editing it, it was, it was interesting. It was a really surreal dungeon crawler, though it's barely a dungeon crawler, really. I mean, you move like a dungeon crawler, but, there's not a lot of the mechanics you would see in a dungeon crawler, like combat and all that. It's really simple. You just hit with a hammer. It's actually more of a point and click, really. You just kind of like look at things and interact with things, really. But it was interesting. I couldn't really understand the story the first time, but as I went through it again, when I was editing it, I understand a few more things, I guess, and how like she's like the queen of Venus, and there's like two Earths, and the king of Mercury was the protagonist that happened in the epilogue, or woke up in the epilogue anyway. Spoilers, things like that. I understand a bit of the plot a little bit more, so I don't know. It'd be interesting to go through the game once again. And apparently there's new endings too, so I don't know what that means. It says improved old endings? I don't remember there were like multiple endings in Psychopomp. I don't remember that actually. It seemed to be linear. I don't know. So I don't know what that means. I wish someone would explain that, That'd be nice. Like, is it depending on like how many people you kill or something? Also, I saw this. Is this a hentai in hiding? Like, huh? Why is this person asking this? Are they 12 years old? They just think everything is porn, Like, I feel like normies, in particular, once they see like an anime girl, they think it's porn or something. And I have a theory. This is controversial, I guess, but I have a theory. There's a whole thing about like how VTubers are getting banned on Twitch more easily, on Twitch, whatever. I have a theory that the people on the moderation team, or at least the website admins or whatever, the people who are banning people on Twitch, I think a lot of them might be normies. They don't understand how anime works, and so when they look at anime, they think it's porn, and they ban the VTubers because they look at an anime girl, it's like, ooga, anime boobies, and they just ban them because they don't watch anime, so they think it's all porn. I don't know. It's a common sentiment. I feel like, I don't know. Maybe it's different in the last decade or so, but I feel like when you introduce anime to people and you show like a cute anime girl, and it's like they think it's porn or something, instantly, for some reason. And to be fair, a lot of anime girls are hypersexualized, I guess, but it's to sell merchandise and all of that. I don't know. It's like, it's not porn though. It's clear you don't watch anime in that case. I don't know. I feel like, is there like equivalent, of like introducing not just anime, but like some other type of media, and people just assume it's porn, I guess. I mean, visual novels in a way. For a while, people just think it's porn because like they think it's all dating sims, right? Ironically, most of the visual novels I play are not dating sims because I find them kind of boring for the most part. Unless there's some kind of twist to it, I guess. But yeah. Anyway, it's been 12 minutes into the stream. I'm still rambling. Well, one more thing I want to mention, actually. This popped up, by the way. It's a little meta. But it says here, creators adopting live automated mid-roll saw an average over 20% uplift in in-stream ad revenue per hour. You get more money. Well, guess what? 20% of like 0 is still 0, though. So, I don't know. That doesn't really help me. I don't know if you can see. I don't know if I'll dox myself. I don't know. But I turned off monetization on live streams. I don't like the idea of mid-rolls on streams. That's just annoying, isn't it? And Twitch doesn't give you the option. On Twitch, it tends to... Well, I mean, I ranted about before, but like there's two systems on Twitch. You either enable automatic mid-rolls, which I feel like a lot of the content creators do, which I don't like. Or you just play manual ads, If you play manual ads, it'll disable pre-rolls for a little bit. But otherwise, you have to deal with pre-rolls, meaning when you open the stream, an ad will play. I believe it doesn't happen on YouTube, but I'm not sure. I can't confirm. Hopefully it doesn't, because I turned off monetization. So if you're getting ads when you watch my YouTube streams, you're getting scammed. I don't know. I'm getting nothing from it because I turned it off, and I'm also gonna dismiss this. Because I'm such a Giga Chad. I don't need your dirty money, YouTube. Okay. You disgusting mid-rolls. Mid-rolls suck. I don't as a viewer, I don't want to look at mid-rolls. It's gonna interrupt the flow of the stream right in the middle as the streamer is saying something, and then what's the point, It's just annoying. The whole point of a stream is that it's like it's all live, it just kinda happens. Like, what's the point if you just interrupt it, like, hey, by the way, you can buy burgers at McDonald's, or whatever, I don't know. And don't forget your free mode, I guess, or something. Wasn't there like something like how there was mode in like a type of burger that McDonald's had? Something like that. Anyway, I'm never getting that McDonald's sponsorship. What was I saying? Oh yeah, turning off mid-rolls. I don't want mid-rolls. I don't want automated mid-rolls. That makes it worse. Why do you want... Anyway, it's annoying. But, I feel like a lot of content creators are just gonna turn that on and not even think about it. It doesn't really matter, and it makes them more money. I care about the viewer experience. I'm one of the few people that actually care about that kind of thing, I feel like. But nobody else does. It's a tragedy. It's a Greek tragedy. Anyway, but I'm gonna play this game. This visual novel. Again, I always stop myself when I say play this game. Because, when it's a visual novel, it's like, I don't know, there's always the eternal debate, is a visual novel a game? You're just reading, basically, it's like reading a book. And it's like, well, it's not exactly like reading a book. But, I don't know. I guess it is true that it's usually not that interactive. I'm just reading for the most part. I like it, I don't know. I like reading. I like reading aloud. It's fun. And, there is sometimes a bit of gameplay when there's some decisions and choices and get different endings, That is the gameplay. I would say, but I don't know. Anyway, Märchen Line. I don't know how to pronounce it. I feel like I'm over pronouncing it. Märchen, you don't say Märchen. Not everything is in German, but I think it's Märchen Line. But I'm gonna try this out. It looks interesting. Kind of like some kind of sci-fi type story going on. There are some horror elements, I'm assuming. It is tagged as horror. And, it's in the Spooktober annual visual novel jam, so I assume there's some kind of horror aspect. But it is again, I was gonna say a long visual novel. It's not long by visual novel standards, but it's long for me. It's gonna take more than one stream. So I guess we'll see. I want to have my, my first impressions and see if the story, hooks me before I continue. Because that's a problem sometimes. When I start a game, it's like, it's gonna take more than just a few hours, more than just one stream. And like, do I want to like commit to like a whole thing if I don't really like it? I mean, I'm very stubborn, and I used to do that. Like, if I start a game, I finish it, even if I hate it halfway through. Which is, by the way, what was that visual novel called? Chaos Child, I think. Chaos Child or Chaos Head? Chaos Head's the prequel, I think. I don't know. I remember Chaos Child. It's probably one of my worst playthroughs. I did it anyway, but I just kind of hated it for the most. I just hated most of the story. And I don't know, I played it wrong as well, because technically, I mean, there was a prequel. I didn't play the prequel because I thought the sequel was like more like a spin-off, and I read about it and said like, oh, it's a spin-off. You don't have to know anything about the first game. You just play the second game. It's a completely different story. And it's like, I don't know. It's still the same concepts though, so I didn't like it. Anyway, I'm not gonna rant about like Chaos Child, I guess. But I am going to play Märchen Line. So let's do a little introduction. And by the way, hopefully the audio is okay. Let me know if it's weird or something. I feel like when I look back at the VODs, it did seem like the game usually overpowers my voice a little bit. So I did add a little bit more audio ducking. So it's funny, I'm just reverting back to my old settings because I made it a lot less powerful, I guess, or I don't know what the word is, but you know, I toned down the audio ducking, which by the way means like when I'm talking, the game audio or the desktop audio automatically lowers when I talk. That's the whole point. So like my voice, you know, is you can hear my voice over the game, which is kind of like the point, you know, of my playthroughs. But I felt like sometimes the game was a little bit too low, especially when I'm editing, you know, old footage and everything. So I decided to like change it so like it wouldn't duck as hard. But then when I look at the old the footage from last week and a few weeks ago, it's like, I feel like the game is a little bit too loud, you know. Like I don't want it competing with my voice, even though on OBS is like I put a limiter strictly like minus 20 dB or whatever, strictly so that it would be volume wise lower than my voice. But I don't know, it still feels like it's competing, right? I don't want my voice to be competing with the game audio, and it feels like it's hard to hear. I don't know. I'm very sensitive that kind of thing, where like, for example, when too many people are talking all at once, you know, it's like I don't like that. I don't like it when too many voices are like competing against each other. It's hard to like follow the conversation when there's 10 different conversations happening at once. I really hate that. So it's kind of like that, you know. I don't want two audio sources competing over each other. I don't know. Maybe it's just a me problem, but I've reverted my ducking so it's a little bit more strong. So I should make sure that my voice goes over the game volume. But anyway. Again, I'm stalling. I just want to mention that, but let me do a little introduction to this game. Actually, let me think about it. How would I introduce it? You know, I do the usual thing, but I also like to give like a little, you know, little summary of the premise. Embrace the dominant human spirit by serving in the first amongst fathers, Voyager Armada, the bravest of the brave, who venture out to liberate the Milky Way from the true enemy. Okay, it's one of those games. I remember playing like a sci-fi game, you know, like a visual novel that had like a really weird abstract story as well, and it was just very confusing. It was just abstract from the very beginning. Serving as a soldier means embracing infinite potential. Okay. I guess. Well, okay. I think I know how to summarize it. I think we're going to war. You know, we're going to war. Let's just say that. Okay. There's water now. My voice is dry. Or rather, my throat is dry. Okay. Hello, welcome to Märchen Line, a sci-fi visual novel developed by I messed up. I forgot the developer's name. Nth Circle. I was saying Nth Circle? Nth Circle. Is that how you pronounce it, by the way? I want to say Ninth Circle, but it's not a ninth, right? It's Nth? Nth Circle? Nth Circle. Okay, take two. Hello, welcome to Märchen Line, a sci-fi visual novel developed by Circle, available on itch.io. It's the same developers who made Model Employee and I believe the demo of the Devil, which are two visual novels that I had a good impression of. So I want to try out this one as well. And apparently, in this one, we're going to space to contribute to the war. I guess we are space soldiers, space marines, possibly. I don't know. I'm not sure what kind of sci-fi universe we're in, but I guess we'll see. A little bit of a content warning though. This game is tagged as horror, so there may be some disturbing elements. Viewer discretion is advised. Let's begin. I do believe it's pronounced Märchen Line. I won't say Märchen Line, Märchen Line. I believe it's German or fairy tale, Anyway, we're on a phone. We have iPhones in the sci-fi future. All right. Oh, and he's live streaming when he's doing a freaking TikTok or something. And we're live. This is Conrad Elator, ready to take questions. We're on the far end of the galaxy. Don't complain about the signal quality. All right, chat. He's a freaking streamer. Are you kidding me? How many views does he have? Is this his view count or something? It's like 934.4 million people. That's insane. The top streamer. All right, chat. All right, calm down. I'll get to you. But the comments, if he has, I don't know. Is it his? I don't know if it's his viewer count or also kind of reminds me of a radio frequency. I'm not entirely sure, but assuming this is his viewer count, I feel like his chat is way too slow for that type of viewer count. Even if like 1,000 people, chat is like really quick. Anyway, where is this? Where is this? Well, it's a cancer nest on Hanbo that we just got done renovating. Now a crater. If any of you are interested in the farm life, whole surface is clean rock and open skies now. Build some fences, plant some trees, find the right partner. And when you've done your duty for the mother and father, live off the fat of the land. Not bad, right? Do you have a partner? Chatsy, I don't know. Should I answer this one? Do I answer this one? No, I should. Definitely not. Let me say this. Oh, people are already yelling in my ear. I have a type, okay? That's all I'm saying. Okay. It's probably not what you expect. Oh, they want to cut me off. I just started. Show us the bodies. Just a peek, okay? Oh, what is it, live leak? See that? All in a day's work. Okay, okay, we're not a Twitch streamer. We are a Kick streamer instead. I'm assuming. The equivalent anyway. Can't see? Hey, if you want to get a better look, y'all know where to enlist. What else? Dear Commander. Dearest Commander, can I be as strong as you if I become a soldier? A variation on an old recurring theme, eh, chat? Well, the answer is the same as always. You, the person watching this, you carry the blood of chosen heroes in your veins. You have in you the sacred helix, the blueprints for every victory, every triumph, every miracle mankind has ever achieved. And that means you're capable of anything. Heart. Okay, so this is kind of like a YouTube thing, A YouTube thing, you can, like, click on a, emoji, I guess, and it just kind of like does that, I turned that off though. On my last streams, I find it distracting. Did anyone clip that? I think that was a nice one. Someone should clip that. What is this? Really, it's truly dystopian that there are live streamers in war. In the beginning, Homo sapiens sowed. I never know how to pronounce this. I want to say sewed. Homo sapiens sowed the fields of Mother Terra with bloodshed over the least of her bounties, and falsely named it war. This was the first of... Excuse me. Took some water. Let me try that again. In the beginning, Homo sapiens sowed the fields of Mother Terra with bloodshed over the least of her bounties, and falsely named it war. This was the first of their sins. Solar Edda Beginnings, verse 1, line 1. We got a space Bible. Alright, well here you go. Here's the UI. We even have stats. It's crazy. Maybe there's some significant gameplay in this visual novel? Maybe? Or maybe it's like a dating sim thing, you know? Sometimes in dating sims you have to like increase stats or whatever, arbitrarily. Anyway, can you hear me? Hello? Oh, easy there, killer. Don't try to get up. There you go. And by the way, I do like the art style that I saw in the on the store page and everything. It's really reminiscent of like, you know, retro anime. I mean, I don't know what era. I want to say like 80s anime. But it's kind of like that, you know. Your limbs feel heavy and your mind runs slow as you try to paddle your way to the surface of the dull fog you find yourself in. Where am I? Well, you took your spider injection without complaints. And then you fainted. The branding. The last step towards becoming a soldier, and the first step towards greater things. Did it work? Seems like your memory's not entirely scrambled. Yes, it worked. The runes have dispersed throughout your system. You're officially a soldier in the Voyager Armada. That's all? One injection? If you're hoping for something more radical, I could open up and start poking around. That was a joke. You catch the faint smell of antiseptic. Beneath your palms, you feel stark, stiff bed sheets. This is a sickbay. And the man in front of you is... Wait, it's a man? I'm like... every time, I keep misgendering everybody. They look like a woman to me. It's the hairstyle, you know? Oh, are you a doctor? Specialist Agent Vulture, reporting for duty. Or however it goes. Been a while since anyone asked me to salute or report or... What's a specialist? Just the guy they give all the odd jobs to, like checking up on sleepyheads. Speaking of which, how are you feeling? The runes can make things a little fuzzy. You use that word again. Runes. Do people really call them that? Superstitious people do. You prefer to call them nanomachines? Nanomachines, son. I didn't think there'd be superstitious people out here of all places. The Voyager Armada, bravest of the brave, only wing of the fleet crazy enough to venture past the borders and into the dark. Well, sorry to disappoint, but all soldiers are a little superstitious. The brave ones, most of all. You clear your throat and try to take stock of your body. You rotate your hands, blink your eyes, and flex your shoulders. Everything seems perfectly normal. But will failed. I failed my will check. You can't hide your disappointment. You weren't expecting to shoot lasers out of your eyes, were you? Well, there's this one guy, you know, in one of my favorite game series. His name is Raiden. You know, he could do like backflips and like he has a freaking katana and everything. Like, come on, can I do that? The runes are primarily growth accelerators. You'll learn faster, grow quicker. Don't worry, a few months from now, I'm sure you'll be leaping over battlefields like your Elator himself. Elator is, I'm assuming, a famous person in this sci-fi universe. Also, I guess the nanomachines are like steroids, essentially. That's basically what steroids do. You know? But I guess it doesn't apply to just your muscles, but also your brain. Your eyes widen at the idea before darting to the floor in an embarrassed hurry. Come on, think you're the only ensign around here who wanted to be commander when they grew up? His comment does little to soothe your faltering facade of indifference. You opt to search for a change of subject, and what comes to mind is... Well, I was just looking for my Valkyrie. Oh, right, everyone's favorite part. They'll come around soon. Just need a minute to get settled in. You'll be partnered for the rest of your tour of duty once they're installed. Don't want to get on the wrong foot by rushing them, yeah? How long did yours take to show up? Oh, that reminds me. You collapsed before they could finish your registration. I took care of most of it. Just need to type up your dog tags. That sound good? Corsica? Corsica. The name lingers in the air, a cloying cloud of bad memories. You hesitate to inhale. I don't want to use my family name. Why? Is there something wrong with... He looks up from his tablet, manufactured by Anger Electronics, a subsidiary of the Corsica Group. Oh. He furrows his brow and turns to the computer monitor beside him. A model sold by Fane Pickard, owned by Leonardo Industries, a branch of the Corsica Group. Okay, everything is owned by Corsica, apparently. They are a Zaibatsu, I think is that what it is? You know, it's like, I think it's a word, it's like a Japanese word for like a powerful business, I think. Or it could be wrong, but anyway. Something like that. Right. He leans back in his chair and stares up at the ceiling. The ceiling that, like every other part of this long ship, was built in the orbital shipyards of Mercator by Shakin Arms, the larger military suppliers controlled by the Corsica Group. Look down, pretending to find the back of your hand a fascinating object of study. Sorry, gotta use your paternal family name. Military tradition, honor the father and all that. I'll put whatever you want for the given name. What'll be? I don't know. I don't know. Okay, fine. I wish it was a default name, because I don't like to put my name, because I have to put Slider. But I don't know what else to put. Do I put Bob? You know, it's like, I don't put Bob. Slider is just weird, you know? It's like, that's not a real name. That's like a weird nickname. And obviously, I'm not gonna put SighingSlider. Usually it doesn't fit, but I guess I could, but, you know. I don't wanna, like, sit here and think of, like, a name. Fine, I'll just think of Slider. I mean, you know, it's a sci-fi future. Everyone has weird names, I guess. Alright then, you're all set. And don't worry about your family name. You'll probably get stuck with some call sign you hate before the week's out anyway. I left down the hall and swipe your palm at the elevator. Your runes will get you where you need to go from now on. You rise on slightly unsure legs and make your way to the door in your best approximation of a confident stride. Hey, good luck out there, killer. Knock him dead. Right. You know, I'm getting a lot of vibes here. You know, a lot of sci-fi anime. A lot of sci-fi media, just in general, you know? Obviously, the whole idea... I feel like there's some military... I don't know what the word is. Military... idealism, I guess? Or, you know, the idea that the society is controlled by the military. I think that was the thing in... there's a movie, I never really watched it. What was it called? I forget what it's called. There's a game that came out about it recently. Space Troopers, I think that was called, right? Space Troopers? Star Troopers, right? Space Star? I don't know, something like that. It's like, I think that movie is what it's all about. I guess it was a book as well. I don't know much about the book, but kind of like that. And also, obviously, a little bit of Warhammer 40k. But I do feel like obviously the anime art style that also reminds me of Gundam. I don't know if you have any mecha though. I think this is like mostly just spaceships as far as I can tell. I mean, looking at the screenshots from the store page, it doesn't seem like we control mecha. You know, we're not piloting Gundams, but similar vibe, I guess. You know, similar idea. You know, it's a sci-fi universe. You're thrust into some kind of war that had some kind of political implications, I guess. And it's all about like the idea of being in the military and the conflict that comes from it, and usually psychological. You know, usually if you know, at least I feel like in sci-fi stuff, it's the whole like the more interesting part is obviously the psychological aspect of it. You know, the psychological distress of being in war. You know, but like in a sci-fi setting, basically with laser beams. Anyway. Here's a bunch of characters. They all look interesting. Tall girl. Who is tall girl? I guess you. You look like the tallest. So, does anyone know what the time is? Can't you see it in the corner of your eye yet? I think there are numbers there, but when I try to look at them, they just move further away. You'll need to practice of that. It's 8:57. Oh, 8:57? And our CEO's nowhere to be found. If they're 10 minutes late, we're allowed to leave, you know. Isn't that a meme? Is that dereliction of duty? Nah, special case. Really? Everyone's a critic. You got something to say, Mop, or are you just jealous you can't break the ice as good as I can? I don't have anything to say to you, no. What, you don't think I'm a good guy to know? I think, if you can't handle a mind game this juvenile, it's in the squad's best interest that you walk out now. You always as bad at making friends that you stub your toe before walking in here. Wait, do you really think this is a test? Already? It's all tests from now on. Like push-up tests? Or riddle tests? Cause I'll do the push-ups. But if we have to do reverse psychology in the first day, nothing reverse about it. They just don't want to waste their time with impatient children. Now why you gotta look at me like that when you say it? I guess you can take a hint. Let's air this out, Wallflower. Let's get on the right foot. You and me, little warm-up exercise, get the blood flowing. If CEO walks in on you two arm wrestling, they'd be well within their rights to send us all home. He's free to arm wrestle with himself. Might stand a chance of winning under those circumstances. Arm wrestle himself? So there are gonna be riddles. That's just... attention! The first to notice, or perhaps acknowledge you lingering in the doorway, the tall, vibrant girl stars herself into a rigid salute. No one else follows her lead. Did the runes make your eyesight worse? They're ensign. I don't pronounce that, by the way. Like military words, you know, I never know how to pronounce. Let me look that up, actually. Ensign? Is it ensign? It's not ensign, you know, it's like colonel, you know? It's not colonel, it's colonel. Colonel. Ensign. Yeah, so I was kind of right. I don't know if I pronounced it correctly. Ensign. Ensign. According to the British pronunciation. Ensign. Alright. Did the runes make your eyesight worse? They're an ensign, same rank as the rest of us. You fumble for an introduction. Speed 1 fail. My stats suck. I have no stats. I wasn't trying to make an entrance, but backpedal into looking defensive instead. Anyone know what time it is? Whoever this is. Again, it's 8:59. Go time, huh? Movement in the corner of your eye, and up snaps a soldier where there was none before. Was she watching us the whole time? Don't flatter yourself. First and only lesson I'll ever give y'all nice and gentle. Oh, y'all? Y'all? Now I'm thinking she's a cowgirl, you know? Y'all. First and only lesson I'll ever give y'all nice and gentle. You wanna be a soldier? Sleep whenever you get the chance. When you do need to act, you'll be slightly less useless. At attention. She barely raised her voice, and yet her 2-word command hit you like a 1-2 punch. This is more than just a soldier, this is a leader. As only the brightest among you has surmised, I am your CEO, Commander Artemis Maydoter. Maydoter? The Major. Oh, it's green. I can't tell who's who though, just from the green text. I don't know who's saying this. Which one was the green one? I'm not sure. But anyway, maybe it's just a random person. Maybe it's like a different ensign, you know, that we haven't met yet. I'm not sure. I don't remember anyone with green hair. I've seen her on the VODs. Isn't she kind of a big deal? And you all need no introduction. You're here to become soldiers, right? Wrong. Your fitness tests were a joke. Anyone with 4 limbs could pass. Your boot camp was a practical joke. We made that 2-hour stretching tutorial so we have something to fall asleep to. You are here to be unmade. Every morning I will break your bones, rip you apart and send you to bed praying that you have nightmares just to give you a little more time before the next day starts. And every night your Valkyries work tirelessly to replace your weakness with their strength. For whatever reason, they've got in their heads that you can achieve something. I've yet to be convinced. In fact, I'll bet that there's been some kind of mistake. So I'll give you all one chance, right now, to drop out. Because if you disobey, or fail, or fall behind, I'll martyr you with my bare hands. Ah, yes, this is the well, is this topical? I don't know. Well, I was gonna say, she's like a commissar, in the Soviet Union. If you betray your commander, you get fucking shot instantly. It's Roman Legion style. Anyway, any questions? One, sir. What's your name, Ensign? Niels Eric, sir. And what's your burning question? I'd like to know who you are, sir. The room goes quiet. You looking for my resume, Ensign? No, sir. Just want to know that I'm putting my life in the hands of someone stronger than me, sir. Does he have a death wish? Any other day of your life, I call you an arrogant, presumptuous, shit-looking... Or... Shit-looking? I feel like it's a typo there. Any other day of your life, I'll call you an arrogant, presumptuous, shit-looking something. I don't know. I feel like there should be a noun there. This is an adjective. I don't know. I'll just improvise. Any other day of your life, I'll call you an arrogant, presumptuous piece of shit to get his ass kicked, or looking to. Oh no, it makes sense. Looking to get his ass. Okay, I don't know. I read it wrong. Okay, now I understand. Any other day of your life, I'll call you an arrogant, presumptuous shit looking to get his ass kicked. Because I didn't understand shit was a noun, not an adjective. But I did open the floor to questions. Can you hand me that arrow? You mean that spear? Can you lift it? No problem. Spotter buckles unnaturally as he struggles to carry the awkward weight. She plucks the massive shaft from his shaking arms like a poet picking up their quill. You want to know why I'm in charge? Without skipping a breath, he draws back the cruel steel wire of a bow 2 heads taller than her and releases. Right here in the... I don't know where we are actually, but she just... freaking pulls like a big bow, I guess. Like, I try to think of the universe. Like, we're still using bows, in this universe. Like some kind of sci-fi bow. Embedding the arrow a half-meter deep into the armored plate on the other side of the range. Yes, sir. Now then. Sir. Talkative bunch. He lowers his hand and points squarely at you. May I ask who the observer is? He turns lazily, a leopard regarding a field mouse. I have no strength. My stats suck. I feel like... these mechanics don't mean anything, because I haven't had a chance to train yet. And sees through you in an instant. You've been deemed a non-threat. They're an instant, same as you, proud member of the 404th. And the white scarf. Cold realization slaps you across your face as it starts to burn up. Every other recruit has a red scarf on their shoulder. The color of the passion, blood, war. You've been standing here bearing a flag of surrender. Special decoration, denoting those whose families have made one or more significant donations of financial or physical capital to the fleet. You expected the family to interfere somehow. Alter paperwork, cancel your transports, drain your funds faster than you could buy one-way passage. You didn't expect them to make you a laughingstock without even lifting a finger. Rich brat coming here to play hooky. Probably part of a prank. Are we being filmed? I mean, in a way, yes. So we gotta babysit them while they play the Prince and the Pauper? You knew you'd be out of your depth here, that was the point. But you didn't consider the horrifying idea that you might be unwanted. Well, I mean, either way, we're gonna sound like pretentious, but I guess we'll say, I mean, this is a classic, I mean, that's a classic character in a lot of media, where like, they're like a rich guy, but actually, they're saying, actually, treat me the same as everyone else, or whatever. Because they're just so noble like that, I guess. I don't want any special treatment. You can start by getting in line with the rest of your peers, then. Stiffly, awkwardly, and trying very hard to be invisible, you scurry across the room and into a begrudgingly empty space in the formation. Fact is, I don't care who any of you were before. All of your life has been a prelude. The first among fathers doesn't give you strength. Today, his Valkyries merely offer you the chance to earn it. Unfortunately for you all, it's not a stationary target. It took off sprinting the day you were born, and you've been sucking your thumb at the starting line ever since. You want to be a soldier? Yes, sir. You want to be a voyager? Yes, sir. You want to be somebody? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Then start running. Literally. Okay. I don't know what I've been told, you know. It's, what is this? Sci-fi Full Metal Jacket, you know, basically is what it's gonna be. As you stare slack-eyed at the growing gap between you and the backs of the slowest of the slow, running laps around the gym, you try to occupy your mind by pitting the pain in your throat against the pain in your shins. I always did the worst in gym. You know, if we're gonna run laps, I'm always dead last. It's funny because I even jog like slowly too. I don't like run full sprint because some people make that mistake by gassing out too early when you like run like many laps in gym class. But even that, I don't know. I'm just not. At least when I was a kid, you know, I was never really athletic. I always hated the you know, that the beep test. I don't know if anyone else does that, but like the beep test where you run back and forth and it goes beep beep beep, you know. One of the few times I felt like I almost fainted by the end of that, and I was still one of the last. I don't think I was the very last though in the beep test. I was like almost second last, I think. So at least I wasn't dead last for the test. Anyway, not that it matters. At least in my school anyway. You got marks just for participating, you know, which in a way, I don't know, this is the cliche there, or not cliche, or stereotype, I think, yeah, stereotype of like, if you participate, you get a medal or something like that, but you know, it's just gym class, it's like it doesn't matter. But I got like a good mark just for trying, you know, and not being lazy, you know, because some other kids often they just don't do it, you know, they're the ones that don't get marks, so they don't even show up, you know. I try my best, okay? Anyway, at the moment, your shins are winning. Speed 1 failed. You never felt skinny and fat at the same time before. Well, there's a term for that. It's called being skinny fat. I know that actually. You know, I feel like as the older I get, the more like I'm actually learning, you know, to actually bother, you know, to exercise and all that. I was always so lazy about that kind of thing, but now I'm like, actually, I should properly exercise everything. Otherwise, my old bones will explode. Endurance failed. Worse yet, you feel certain that you have been only running for a few minutes. Are we going for time or distance, sir? Pondering the big questions. Neither. You are free to stop running whenever you like. But if you're still strong enough to stand when you do, I'll put you on the ground myself. The tempo of the shoe slapping against the dull ground quickens for everyone but yourself. On your left. You nearly lose your balance completely when a voice rushes you from behind. And nearly lose it again when a blurred figure jumps ahead of you. First place goes to Zaxxas. Told you I recognize her. It's Kara, isn't it? I saw you at the Admiralty Gala last year with your father. Yes, sir. Carry on. Oh, hell. Oh, hell? You thought that you're good at math. If you ever were, you certainly aren't anymore now after running to exhaustion. Intellect failed. It's like you're seeing multiplication for the first time again. What does algebra have to do with killing crap, sir? I'm assuming everyone's breathing heavily. Counting is extremely useful. Just now, for example, it occurs to me that you owe me another lap. Ugh. The reserved young man across from you places his tablet down on the ground and closes his eyes. Done already? Yes, sir. You got full marks. Good. Just don't forget to sign your name next time, XL Hightower. He blinks, his eyes full of earnest surprise for the briefest moment. Yes, sir. But he recollects himself just as quickly, cool-headed and logical in all things. Now that he's done, he's free to spend the rest of the allotted time regaining his strength and watching you fail. All my stats are 0, you know? It's like real life. All you can hear right now is the breath on your lips and the heartbeat in your ears. Everyone else is struggling to push a cart. Push, push, little cart. That was a horrible impression, by the way. I was trying to invoke the heavy from TF2. You know, push, little cart. Everyone push cart, push cart, or something. You know, there's like a voice line in TF2 where everybody complains about you. You gotta push the little cart in the objective base mode. Anyway, but to an onlooker, you must look like you're doing push-ups against a wall. Resistance training, I get, but these things. If we ever had to get out and push our supply trains, wouldn't we be dead already? I could pop the wheels on yours if you need more of a challenge, Ensign. Madame, Mayor, Sir, Ma'am. Sir is gender neutral, Ensign. Actually, I never knew that. There's a question I feel like everyone asks. I always think about it. Like, do you call a female commander like ma'am or sir? I guess you use sir in the military. I don't know. It might depend on the language. Apologies, sir. Not where I'm from, sir. Nisa Maimir, you're from Helm? Frost Giants. The hell do they feed you in that star system? Rice and potatoes and eggs, sir. Did you have a question, Ensign? What do I do now that I've reached the other end of the bay, sir? That's a fast time. Okay, so she's strong. He's the, stereotypical, like, dumb muscle. You know, she's not very smart, but she's hella strong. She probably has a six-pack under there. I don't know. Push it back the other way, of course. Right away, sir. Also, hello, Blue Dragonfly, by the way. Just playing a sci-fi visual novel. I feel like we're at boot camp again, even though we're already on the ship, I guess. So, like, kind of like a boot camp on top of a boot camp, you know? It's like the second boot camp. This exercise involves getting on your elbows and toes and holding your body in as straight a line for as long as possible. Is it a plank? I hate planks. Yeah, apparently it's called a plank. You know, it's funny because, you know, I learned about planks because I mentioned before, you know, I really got into, like, exercising, you know, or what do you call it? Like, fitness? I was never really a fitness nut. I don't think I'm like a fitness nut, but I don't know. I watch a lot of YouTube videos, you know, just, like, over my life. And, you know, one of the things I've learned is that, you know, the classic, like, sit-up. People always do, like, sit-ups to, like, you know, strengthen their abs or whatever, which is really the core. Apparently, that's not popular anymore. You actually should do planks instead if you want to strengthen your core and everything. So that's the idea. But I kind of don't like it, you know, because compared to everything else, because everything else you do reps, you know, you do 1, 2, 3, 4, you know, that kind of you counted. But in a plank, you just kind of hold it there the entire time, and it's like, I don't know, something about that is annoying. Because, like, you just hold it and then eventually you collapse. It's like inevitably you just fail, you know? It never feels like you succeed. You always just fail. But I never liked it. Anyway. Will failed. You surmise that it must have originated as a form of torture. Didn't we already test our strength? Pushing past your limits is a matter of will, not strength, Ensign. With the fact that we're all collapsing... You have a newfound appreciation for the subtle luxuries of sitting on the floor and not moving. Endurance failed. Standing up seems like a superhuman's feat. I'm stumped, sir. What's left to break our backs on? I had wanted to test your endurance, see which of you stood out from the pack. But seeing as how you've all had energy to spare from mouthing off for every damn minute of the day so far, I think I have my answer. I knew I was the best at something. His pride is genuine. His minor victory accepted earnestly. You're jealous of his success and his attitude, and a seemingly bottomless well of stamina. But yeah, it seems like we're learning everyone's strength, I guess. Like the pink hair girl, you know, is like speed and endurance, you know. The tall girl is strength. The basically the Bishonen guy seems like he's like the smartest, you know, and obviously the guy that talks a lot might be best for Will. So I wonder if that matters, like, do we need to play to all their strengths somehow? Not sure. You know what you're gonna go for? Been thinking about it all year. For some reason, we always get this dialogue from Incense Yellow and Incense Green. We don't know who they are. Is it always the same people? I'm assuming it's the equivalent of, like, Boy A and Boy B, in every visual novel. They're just background characters. None of it matters. But I've been thinking about it all year. You look down at the mass-produced blade lying in the racks before you. Ah yes, do I get my katana now? My space katana? Do I actually become Raiden from Metal Gear Solid? It's well made, light and easy to wield, plenty deadly enough. In the hands of anyone competent, hoping to postpone your own decision, you turn to see where Kara stands, arms crossed, frowning up at the shadow of a massive axe. Okay, she gets a freaking two-handed axe. The Valkyries will make you strong. The runes will make you more than you could ever dream. But none of that will make you any taller, kid. Oh, okay, maybe she doesn't take the axe. She wants to take the axe, but she's too short. You gonna take the axe? Help yourself. Thanks. None of you scrubs know why we use heavy weapons in this armada. Because they kill crabs the best? Because the enemy's xenobiology makes bloodlust negligible. I can't speak. Because the enemy's xenobiology makes bloodlust negligible. Exactly what I said. Forget whatever you saw in the VODs or whatever you think you learned in school. Those bastards do not die easy. So disabling them is a viable alternative. One cut at the groin, another in the pit, stab the nerve cluster under the chin. They can spend the rest of the battle paralyzed and suffocating while you go about your mercy killing. Or not mercy killing, merry killing rather. Artemis takes notice of you and you nearly drop your weapon in surprise. What you've got there, Ensign? Just a sword. Just? Every sword started out as just a sword. She's looking at you, seeing you. I want to prove myself. Hear that, folks? Oh, that was a weird sound. I think that my neighbor made that sound upstairs. Anyway, hear that, folks? Papa here's just volunteered to go first in the simulator. Okay, it's a simulator? It's VR, At least they can't say you aren't brave. Brave? The word gives you pause. It's just a hard light simulation, isn't it? It's not like I can die. Well, I don't know. I mean, obviously, in the sci-fi future, maybe they made virtual reality so realistic that it might feel that you're gonna die. Go for broke. Yeah, give him help, Hopper. Seems like Adrian wasn't lying about picking up a call sign. So how are they gonna do it? You ready? Anything I should know about fighting with runes? Words won't help you at this point. Just don't forget your courage. You look down at the weapon in your hand and try to recall a time you were ever courageous before. Nothing comes to mind. Chin up, eyes clear, combat starting in 3, 2, 1. A mist of light blossoms in front of you, points and lines converging in a furious cloud that coalesces into an enemy. Okay, is this what we're fighting? So the idea is that we're fighting aliens, I guess. We're the Terran, and we're beating up the Zerg, I guess is the idea. Something like that. It gurgles and lunges forward while you freeze. No, it's not you that's frozen, it's just your body, your breath and everything around you. Even the cancer is suspended mid-jump. The Major was right. Describing this with words wouldn't have made a difference. This is what it means to fight with runes. This is what it's like to be a soldier. A moment of divine clarity amidst the chaos of a fight for your life. Awareness of everything and nothing. And all the possibilities of the world condensed into a simple list of commands for your body to execute. Objective. Absolute truth. For the first time in your life, you know exactly what to do. Oh. Well, I don't have any stats! Well, to be fair, I feel like that's how I would react to. If I was in a stressful situation, I always say this, but There's a lot of the, I guess, I don't know what the word is, but when people talk about stress responses, they think of fight or flight. But I always freeze. And I guess there's technically more categories. You know, apparently there's like freezing, there's fawning, there's fainting, whatever. I think a lot of that is like made up though. You know, basically the idea is that your stress response is not simply just fighting or fleeing. It could be anything. My stress response is definitely freezing. I don't know. I always feel like if I'm really in a really stressful situation, I tend to like freeze. Really, I don't know. Like what? Well, obviously, I can't do any of these options. I simply do nothing. Boop. And you know precisely how incapable you are of doing it. If there's one objective truth in all of existence in this moment, it must surely be that you're completely and utterly powerless is what you are. Father. Oh no, we have daddy issues? Powerless since the day you were born. Everything you've ever had, I've given it to you. Everything you've ever done, you've managed only because I've done it for you. And still, you can't even manage to show up on time to a simple meeting. It wasn't just a meeting. I don't want an arranged marriage. Don't want? You don't know what want is. I've given everything you ever wanted your entire life. You're an adult now. Time to pay your debts. Either you show up to this next meeting on time, or you find a new family teeth to suck at. Because the Croseca group can find another heir anywhere. Only takes 9 months. What is it? This is the second time I've heard this. By the way, what was the... I feel like... I don't know. I think I played like a previous visual novel that kind of implied it, I guess. It wasn't really directly stated. But it's funny. You know, if I had a nickel for every time an abusive father told their child that they could simply replace them by creating another baby, I would have 2 nickels. Not a lot of nickels, but it's I guess it's surprising. Or what was the meme? I forgot the meme. But you know, it's coincidentally surprising that it's happened 2 times. You know, flashback to like when Omni-Man, you know, beats the shit out of his son. Do you understand? Will you stand still? Move forward, because I'm the protagonist. You step in just as the brute swipes down. Its carapace crushing down on top of you, a wave of sinew and muscle flatten you out on the ground, and driving your blade deep into the center of his chest. Boop. I guess I stabbed him a little bit. You know, I did something. It's not a lot of money, but it's weird that it happened twice. Oh, that's what it was. Yeah. I don't know. It's some kind of meme. I think it's from some kind of movie. I don't know the movie, but or not movie, or like a show actually. I think it's a show. Never watched it, but I don't know. That just stuck in my head for some reason. Anyway, back already, huh? Well, most folks are sick of me by now. What happened? You got crushed under a couple 100 kilos of hard light simulated cancer. I guess that's what they're calling it, cancer? As in like crab people? You're mostly intact. But you would have suffocated if the hologram hadn't dissipated. Apparently, yeah, these holograms, it's not like we think, you know, where like it's simply, you can just simply no-clip through it, you know? And phase through it. Actually, it's like almost real. The Major leans against the door, muscles relax, and bro? You're saying it wrong. Bro, what's up, bro? No, muscles relax and brow furrowed. Despite the relative privacy of the room, she seems even more serious than she was in front of the group. Did I pass? You get 1 point for eliminating your target. And the program doesn't detract points no matter how injured you get. So I passed. The program doesn't decide that. I do. Artemis, that's a bit... I don't recall giving you permission to speak plainly, Specialist. But maybe it slipped my mind. Show me the chart. With a frown, he taps out a series of key presses and summons a graphic. An empty pentagon. You don't have natural aptitude for any of the attributes that makes you one a strong soldier. Everyone comes in with something, kid. But you... Forget the speeches for a minute. Without the strength of the Valkyries, you'll die. The dull pain of having an alien fall on top of you suddenly feels very far away. There's a knot in your stomach and a fullness in your throat that are much more pressing. You wouldn't have sweated half that hard out there today if you didn't have good reason to be here. But there's plenty of civilian work on the longship this size, a lifetime of it if you need. So my unofficial recommendation is that you don't come to training tomorrow morning. Artemis, that's the right call. You know that better than anyone. Even at your most exhausted point during the training, you could at least take pride in the pain. There's no silver lining to the feeling building up in your gut right now. Of love, right? What do you mean by that? You knew better than anyone. That. My Valkyrie never showed up. I'm no stronger than the average civilian. Sweat pools on the small sweat pools on the small of your back. I didn't know that could happen. Neither did I. Your Valkyrie would typically have appeared to you by now. I still don't know what a Valkyrie is. I'm assuming it's a JoJo stand or something, you know? Like, I'm thinking, like, is it a mecha? Again, I haven't seen screenshots of a mecha or Gundams, you know, in the store page, so I don't think it's a Gundam. It's some kind of special thing, I guess. A weapon of some sort? You notice with little interest that your nails have been digging to your own palm for some time now. Why'd you stay? I had nowhere else to go. Sorry, that was a joke. Without a Valkyrie to interface with, I wasn't able to grow as a soldier, but with practice, I learned to manipulate the runes of others. He stretches out his palm, and a weight you weren't aware of vanishes from his shoulders. Like so. Medics, like me, are rare, but unnecessary. The chances that I can get to soldiers too grievously wounded to heal themselves before it's too late. So, they call me a specialist and let me do my research, but I think they just don't know what to do with me. Save the game. Or maybe I could be like you. Maybe I should change careers. Let's hope not. It hasn't even been 12 hours. Give yourself a moment to breathe. Is there anything I can do? Would you laugh if I said you could try praying? The first among fathers is long dead, but I doubt the Valkyries and Valhalla could exist if there weren't at least some part of him out there, listening. Valkyries and Valhalla, I guess there's a lot of Norse, influence as well in the universe. Your hands come together almost instinctively, but they form a tight clasp rather than a reverent clap. I should have made fun of soldiers for being superstitious. One bad day and I'm ready to. If your Valkyrie's out there, they'll hear you. And if not, then no one has to know, right? I don't know if this trust matters. I'm gonna just... you know. What does that mean, by the way? Am I accusing him? I guess I'll say it. You know. Oh, right. Well, it'll be our little secret. Okay, because he can maybe sense Valkyries, is the idea? Because, he can manipulate runes and all that. After reaching the elevator, you wave your hand in the vague vicinity of the reader and close your eyes. You're unsure where it'll take you once summoned. You're unsure of where you want it to take you. You've never prayed before in your life. You don't know where you would even begin. As a child looking out the windows of family motorcades, you see the occasional zealot on the streets. The adults around you scoff at them as drunkards or worse. They all only turn to religion as a last resort. After they tried and failed every alternative to taking responsibility for themselves, they must simply pick themselves up by the bootstraps or whatever. I don't know, the space bootstraps. After they've been forced to accept that they were powerless, praying to a father figure of all things, doesn't sit right with you, but a Valkyrie. You know, it's funny. Is this the second time that like a protagonist has daddy or mommy issues? I feel like wasn't it like Model Employee also had the same idea? Why does everybody have parental issues in the developers' games? Valkyrie, if you can hear me, would you help me give my dad the biggest middle finger imaginable? We really hate our dad. You try blinking a few times. You try straightening your ears. You think for a moment about crossing your fingers. When all that answers you is the same artificial hum of the longship's ventilation, you opt instead for a different approach. You draw back your fists, put your weight on your back foot, then rock your arm into the door in front of you. Ouch. Oh, actually, we don't hit the door. And into the bright emptiness of the newly arrived elevator. Heyo, are you always this violent? A voice like silk. Suppose that means you're in the right line of work. An uncanny beauty. But that doesn't mean you can just start banging on consoles every time you get impatient. A figure etched into the world of light. So, are you my soldier? So beautiful that you're speechless. I was afraid of that. Okay. I mean, you look like a typical anime girl, to be honest. What are you? You're like, I guess the equivalent of like, what's her face? Cortana, you know, from Halo? Maybe? She looks holographic. Well, we very well can't both be missing our dance partners, so... You signed the contract and forged the pact. Okay, so a Valkyrie is simply an anime waifu. Anime is real. As it turns out, you simply need to inject nanomachines into your bloodstream and you too can hallucinate like an anime waifu, I guess. Anyway, you signed the contract and forged the pact. You asked for a weapon and I saw the wielder. Rejoice, Yorokobe! Rejoice, boss. You just won the lottery. Cause you got paired with the most stunning, talented, competent Valkyrie in the entire galaxy. You feel underdressed for some reason. Boss. Don't ask me to call you master. I'll quit right here, I swear. Of course it would have to be the quiet kind of quitting. Even a Valkyrie as gorgeous and talented as myself can't break the contract now that it's signed. I can be very passive-aggressive with them, so don't try me. Also, second time we're having a... By the way, it reminds me again of Model Employee, you know, where you talk to like a... Basically an AI waifu. It's kind of like that. Is it like... I don't know. I mean, obviously in this universe, it might not be entirely... Like a technology thing. I'm not sure how it works. Probably some kind of supernatural aspect to it as well. Are all Valkyries like this? I told you, you managed to pull a rare one. Oh, I got an SSR? You should be grateful. Or at least try to enjoy my quirks while they last. I'll probably have to update my appearance and demeanor over the coming weeks to better suit our working relationship. You can do that? Guessing your type is infinitesimally less taxing than managing the billions of nanomachines throughout your body. I thought Valkyries were the voice of the runes. The runes are the runes. They don't talk, but in combination with your body, they become a computer. And we Valkyries are software hosted on that computer, that soldier. It really is like a weird anime waifu topo, you know? From now on, I'll be managing your health, mental state, blood sugar, lactic acid buildup, and more, 24/7. And you don't even have to give me vacation days. You know, sounds like a recipe for disaster. Like, we're gonna end up in a 2001 Space Odyssey situation where we suffer PTSD and that affects the Valkyrie, and it's kind of like a virus, and she becomes abusive, and I don't know. And then she tells herself to like do horrible things. I'm not sure. I can already predict what's gonna happen. Anyway, maybe I could be wrong. That's invasive. Hey, you're the one who signed up for this. If anything, I'm the one who's getting shortchanged. Now, if you want to see what I can really do, I suggest you resolve that caloric deficient. Or deficient? Yeah, deficient? Deficient? Yeah, I can't speak. I suggest you resolve that caloric deficient so I can... You remember all too quickly the prospects you are facing before boarding this elevator. You look at her and wonder if she isn't already ashamed of you. Why did she say that, by the way? Maybe I misread it. She said... where is it? Is it? Now, if you want to see what I can really do, I suggest you resolve that caloric deficient so I can. Okay, so I think... Oh, I read that wrong. I thought she's being cut off or something, you know, because of ellipses? Maybe? I don't know. I appreciate how highly you think of my skills, but I am unfortunately not a mind reader. Aren't you inside my head? Technically, but I wasn't raised in a barn. If you have something you want me to hear, press your tongue to the roof of your mouth and speak up. I refuse to wait with my hands cuffed at the door begging for scraps of your rich internal monologue. You push your tongue against the top of your palate and recall, in as little gruesome detail as possible, all the zeros listed on the chart the commander showed you. I guess that's how it works. Oh. You are, of course, free to exit surface at any time. Your runes will be deactivated, you return to civilian life with more or less the same qualities you had before entering. What happens to you if my runes are deactivated? I imagine I would retire and catalog seashells at the beach. You're a bad liar. Valkyries cannot lie. I said I imagine. But if I stay here, I'll die and then we'll both... Would they even bother uploading me to Valhalla? Is that how that works? It's like a... I keep getting reminded of that manga. You know? I always... it has a strange title to it, so it's really hard for me to remember. But like, the idea of like, you know, uploading your like consciousness to like a virtual heaven, basically. Is that how that works in this universe as well? You know, you just have a backup. But only if you're cool enough, I guess, you know? Not everyone gets that privilege, I'm assuming. I don't know. Valkyries don't come back from Valhalla either. But I don't get why you're so concerned about my circumstances, we've only just met. And I definitely don't understand why you're so sure you'll die. Didn't you see my stats? I have nothing, you know, it's right here. So what? You're still running the same race as everyone else here. And it's a long race. Persistence will determine your ranking, not how well you reacted to the starting pistol. All you have to do is summon your resolve and have guts. Or whatever. Making sure your tongue is far from the roof of your mouth, you grimly recall the last 18 years of having things handed to you and being told what to do. Okay, we're only 18 years old, classic age for an anime protagonist, I guess. For some reason, always 18 years old, and then suddenly you're piloting a death machine Gundam and killing a bunch of people, you know? And having a rivalry with some guy with a mask who's like 3 times faster than the average pilot. Anyway, I don't know how to do any of that. Yeesh. Fine, I'll just have to train you in that regard too. You reflect on the days spent on the very back of every pack, withering under the unimpressed stares of peers who think you an overprivileged looky-loo. You know, I kind of don't relate, to be honest. I'm like the opposite of the... Well, not... Well, I relate to the protagonist in terms of stat points, but I do not relate to the protagonist in terms of privilege, though. I wasn't born in like a rich family. That's... I feel like most people aren't, so that's something that's like I can't really relate to. I feel like if you're rich, your stats would be high, you know, because you have all the opportunity and time and probably all the pressure too to have to learn, you know, learn things. Unless I feel like, I don't know, I mean, obviously I don't really have any first-hand experience, but I'd imagine if you were born in a rich family, like if you're the oldest, like, or you're like the heir, which the protagonist is, then I feel like your parents would definitely force you to like learn a bunch of things, you know, and get a lot of prestigious stuff and things like that. At least any like self-respecting, rich family, I guess. However, if there's more children in the family, you're not the oldest, it's usually the case that then you can slack off, because then you're not the heir. It doesn't matter, right? I don't know. Anyway, everyone in the 404 thinks I'm a joke. So be funny, or charming, or anything. Talk to them, train with them, ask them questions, flatter them. You're the protagonist here, you can do whatever you want. Relationships are work. Did you really sign up for the Voyager Armada and expect not to have to work? The pain from a day of training is starting to return. The nausea of abject failure is starting to fade. You think you might be very hungry. What's your name? Maya Ford. You can't just ask a Valkyrie their name. It's sacred. Did you learn anything in school? What do I call you? Whatever you want. As I said, I'll modify myself however you want in order to foster better cohesion. What if I don't know what I want? Because I'm a blank slate self-insert protagonist. Then you may call me Ruby. Okay, Ruby. Oh, we're in the barracks, I guess. That was a weird transition. You weren't joking. You got last place in everything. Where to begin? Choose a stat you like to increase, and by the time you wake up tomorrow morning, you'll be not quite so defenseless in at least one area. Strength, speed, endurance, intellect. Pick one and start training. What about will? Who cares about will? Who cares about William? You gotta use your will to stare down cancer in the battlefield. You don't have a reply to that. I'm just not sure what to pick. You can't go wrong at this point. You're lacking in every area. I must spend my XP! Oh, I don't know. I mean, if this was an RPG, I can be honest, in an RPG, I just go strength. Either strength or dexterity. Freaking anything that makes my weapon do more damage. Basically. So in this situation, I mean, I don't have any context for any of these stats. I feel like it's more like a dating sim, so it doesn't matter that much. I feel like depending on your stats, it's just dependent on like what kind of character you want to date. I feel like, I don't know. I feel like this is a setup for a dating sim. I don't know if it's like actually a dating sim, but it feels like it. I guess I would focus on strength. You gotta bulk up. You gotta work on those gains. I don't know. For the longest time, I mentioned before, but like for the longest time, I wasn't really athletic person, but I tried to like exercise and everything, but it's only recently do I understand how it works. I don't know, I just never been taught it. But like you have to understand how like muscles work. You gotta understand how many reps do you do, how many sets, and like I mean, unless you're a bodybuilder, for most people what you're supposed to do is compound exercises, right? You're supposed to just lift weights and focus on exercises that like work most of your muscles in one movement, basically, is the idea. And resting is very important too. You can't just exercise every day, at least if you're trying to build muscle anyway. You actually need to rest after weightlifting. So that's the thing that's important too. You gotta be smart about increasing your strength. It's like you gotta increase your strength and intelligence too. Anyway, good. Now, as for your popularity, there's I can't. I don't how to pronounce that word. There's an inaugural. Hold on. Inaugural. I don't know why I'm using Google Translate.
Inaugural.
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 I feel like I'm saying that wrong.
Inaugural.
Inaugural. Inaugural. Anyway. There's an inaugural ball for the Officers Academy 4 weeks from now on Saturday the 27th. If you haven't made a good impression by then, I'm not sure you ever will. You want me to invite someone to dance? Is that kind of fraternizing allowed? Allowed? Fraternizing is your sacred duty. Soldiers' lives are lonely, out here so far from Mother Terra. Having connections is what keeps them invested in the fight's outcome. So in order to ask someone to dance at the ball, you'll have to get close to them before the 27th. I know it's freaking just a high school dating sim. Disguised as like a military war. Disguised as a military campaign. Really, it's just a dating sim. Now, I know what you're thinking, but don't get the wrong idea. I'm your Valkyrie, an artificial intelligence. Oh, okay, so it is confirmed she's just AI. If there's a role you'd like me to play, I can easily adapt to it. Your girlfriend, your boyfriend, a mother figure, a babysitter, a princess in a tower. Or not replacements. If you want to fulfill your responsibilities to the Republic, you'll need to find a partner. The sooner the better. You need to make babies, I guess, or I don't know how it works actually. You rock an eyebrow. You can't bait me into saying anything vulgar. I'm too brilliant and pure for that. What are you talking about? What's your deal, pal? Didn't you pay attention in school? Okay. Well, I don't know if that trust, man. I just keep saving. I'm just a saveaholic. I just save for no reason. I guess we were homeschooled, I'm assuming. So I'm gonna say that. I was homeschooled. Guess you rich family types have all kinds of messed up traditions. A little ignorance can be cute at first, but I wouldn't talk politics with anyone if I were you. Not knowing about your basic civic duties will alienate you a lot more than that white hanky ever could. 1, 2, 3, 4. What's that song? To the first men, the spear and arrow were not objects of worship, but tools of subjugation. Their sacrilege against war continued until they drew lines on every ocean and borders, on every walk. Every rock. Solar Edda. Admonitions? I can't say any. I don't know how to speak English. Solar Edda. Admonitions. Admonitions. Verse 31, line 19. Alright. Oh, daily mission. Gotta eat calories. I wish it could. It just kind of pops up and then goes away. It's too quick. I can't read it. But I guess we're in the mess hall. Me? I didn't think much about the benefits, to be honest. My eyes glazed over when I saw that wall of text. Then why'd you enlist? Don't tell me it was for the extra rations. Enjoying our food is what separates us from the animals, Kara. But it's a little thin as far as motivations go. Thin or thick, what's the difference? Are you trying to be suggestive? Huh? What's suggestive about that? Okay. Nice carbo loading out there, boss. Now where should we spend all this budgetary surplus? Unga Boonga Full Strength Build, now! I can actually just move a little bit, I guess? Well, I'm gonna put it all in strength. All in on strength. I simply need to build muscles. That's all I need, right? Plenty of daylight left, boss. You can spend it training your individual stats or with your squad mates, if they'll let you. So what do you do now? Freaking dating sim. It's freaking Persona, is what it is. I don't know, actually. It's hard to pick, because I don't really know everybody. And obviously there's the loud guy who's like, hey everybody, I'm a loud guy. My only personality trait is that I'm annoying, And there's the mysterious girl, she's like the all business type, she's like, she probably has like a vendetta or something, she's gonna be like, I'm gonna kill all the crab people because they killed my family and I'm dark and mysterious like that, I guess, maybe, I don't know, I'm assuming. She looks like Natsuki, from Doki Doki Literature Club. There's the tall girl who's like just, is a fang as well. I don't know. I don't know if I'm giving the wrong voice, but she seems like, the cliche, happy-go-lucky, strong person, but also kind, most likely. I mean, kind of reminds me of, Armstrong, right? What's his name? Armstrong from Full Metal Alchemist. You know, he freaking just like flexes all day long, but he's a nice guy. You know, so it's probably that type of person. There's the smart guy who's like, I'm very smart. You know, I'm a freaking nerd, I guess. I am playing 4D chess. I'm actually manipulating all of you, actually, into my grand plan. Or something, I don't know. But there's the doctor, who we don't know much about, but it's the first person we met. I'm getting Aizen-sama, you know, Aizen-sama vibes from him, only because of his eyes being closed, you know? It's like, it's not always the case, but usually in anime, if they never open their eyes, it's not a racism thing, you know, like how for some reason there's some kind of racist thing about how like Asian people have like, they keep their eyes closed, which makes no sense. Asian people just have like an extra like, you know, skin around their eyelid or something. I don't know what you call it, something like that. Somehow that's been exaggerated to the idea that Asian people never open their eyes, which makes no sense. I never got that. And I say that as an Asian person, by the way. But like, I just never understood that. Anyway, you know, in anime though, it means they're hiding something. But most likely they're gonna do an Aizen-sama. They're gonna be like, actually, I'm a double agent from the enemy. I actually support the crabs. All hail Crab Empire! You know, he kills everybody. I don't know. Who's this person? Oh, that's the AI, I guess. Yeah. I was thinking, like, is there another person we haven't met? No, it's the AI. Ruby. But I guess if we go back to Ruby, though, we can train our stats. But obviously, you know, if we want to learn about the characters, we should actually talk to them. Hard choice. I mean, obviously, I'm biased. I'm gonna pick the waifus, most likely. You know, I'm not really interested in playing an Otome game. But I don't like dating sim aspects anyway, but if I had to pick, slightly between her and her, like she's more interesting, but I like her personality better. But it's a hard choice. Do I pick the person that I want to learn the backstory more of, or do I want to pick the character I actually like more? You know? I feel like she's mysterious. I feel like, look at her, she's so serious and everything. She has to be hiding something important, and most likely she has like some kind of like interesting backstory. I don't know. Did I save? I'm gonna save again. I don't know who to pick, really. I don't know if it's gonna be like we're gonna be stuck picking one person the whole time. I don't know. If I pick her, I like her, but if I pick her, it's just gonna be too wholesome and positive, and it's not being interesting. You know, it's like I want there to be conflict. I don't know. I don't. Okay, fine. I'm gonna pick her. I just like her. Like, I guess gotta follow my heart, even though I feel like if playing it as like playing this. Okay, I don't know how the story goes, but you know, playing it like a typical dating sim doesn't seem interesting to me. But oh well. And we're picking strength as well, which coincides. Oh, interesting. You can also. Oh, okay, so you can actually. Oh, hold on. Before I do that, you can actually go into different places. You actually can train your other stats. Endurance, intellect. You go to sick bay as well. Train will. That's interesting. That's an interesting idea because initially we couldn't train will, but what if we choose to train will instead? Also check relations. Cares about where you stand with everyone. I could put a number on it for you if you ask nicely. Oh, interesting. So, you can date the commander, eh? That's what I'm thinking. It's like, but you need like a will of 30 to do that. And of course, the doctor is mysterious, so we don't know what's required. Interesting. Let's do that in front of the doctor, I guess. Obviously, that's the smart guy. Speed and intellect. Calling it quits? No, not yet. I don't know. What should I do? Well, I don't think we have enough strength in the first place, right? To really do anything? You need more strength, I guess, maybe? That's what I said in the... Like, acquired for next stage, we actually have to train our stats, I guess. So, that is a necessity. Before we talk with these people, we need to be strong enough before it matters, I guess. In order to impress Nessa, you need to be very strong. Otherwise, he doesn't give a shit about you, I guess. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, she's a nice person. I don't think she would, like... She'd probably give you tips. Let's save first. Let me see what happens. Like, if it's like... if it's a waste of time, I would probably spend time training instead. But let's see if she says anything. Talk to Nisa. Hey, Popper. Working up a sweat? Not yet, I guess. You'll get there. You'll probably need to prove your strength in order to keep up with Nessa. Okay. So no, the game tells you. Alright, well, time to work out. Time to go to the gym, I guess. Want to spend your free time working on strength at the gym? Train my strength. Unga boonga. Strength build. You focus on heavy resistance training to improve your strength. Okay. Done for the day, you head back to the barracks and off to sleep. And so Homo sapiens built false idols and called them nations. They worshipped currency and trade with fanatic servitude. Priests of commerce turned their followers against one another for petty gains, all while the mother wept. Okay. A lot of, like, lore, I guess, that is written in religious, texts. I thought Voyager was a guy. Like, that was his name. Intellect failed. You raised an eyebrow. You were under the same impression. Voyager was the name of his ship. No one knows who the pilot was. Well, he must have been a pretty big deal. You've got a whole third of humanity's forces named after him. Again, not his name. And the Voyager's armada is not a third. The defensive and administrative armadas are much, much bigger. Well, damn, why didn't we sign with them then? Because we're the bravest of the brave, searching for new star systems to colonize, planets to liberate, and lost relics of the first men to be restored. You memorize all that? It's only 2 sentences. Relax, I'm as devoted to the mission as anyone else here. Though, killing crabs and securing a new world sounds a lot better than dusting off ancient tablets or whatever. Ancient but dangerous. The first men were very good at making weapons. Just horrible at using them. We actually did the reading. Most of the soldiers just asked us to summarize it. Well, that works out, because history bores me anyway. Unless it's natural history. If we find any fossils, you're to show me immediately, understand? Fossils? On a spaceship? Okay, so it's a long shot. Strength. Somehow I get stronger by reading books. I simply lift the books. I just did reps. Plenty of daylight left. What do you do now? Yeah, it really is. It's just a dating sim now. Well, I'm going to save the game again. I'm going to talk to Nessa. I'm going to increase our relationship. Seems like we got an opportunity to get closer. I will spend my free time with Nisa. Or Nisa, not Nessa, Nissan? You know? Nissan, the car company. I remember, wasn't there like a meme about like, it's a drawing, you know, of like a little girl going to her Nissan, you know, as a pun, because Nissan in Japanese could also be interpreted as like bigger brother, I guess, or Nissan. And it's like, it's a little girl like hugging like a car. Nissan or something, right? I don't know. Am I misremembering? I think it's something like that. And there was like a Twitter post, you know, of the actual company replying and everything. Anyway, I spend my free time with Nisa. Alright. You step into the gym ready to train. Then the lights flicker out. You hear metal against metal. Feel the vibrations. There must be something wrong with the ship. Something horribly wrong. You take a trembling step back. And immediately fall over a lonely, misplaced kettlebell. Your ears are ringing. It's too painful to open your eyes. Oh god, what do I do? CPR? 80? TMS? TMS. Oh god, oh god. You intuit that something will go horribly wrong if you don't open your eyes immediately. Nisa's face is just a few inches from yours, her hair falling softly around you like a curtain. She has a stray eyelash on her cheek, and you're close enough to reach out and grab it. Her head resting on her lap is soft. Okay, what is this freaking anime rom-com BS? Soft? Wait, you're awake. Just wait here for a second. I'll get you some water. Nisa jumps to her feet. Your head hits the floor again. Here, drink up. She's holding what looks like her personal water bottle. There's a kitten on it. The kitten says, "You can mew it!" Wow. The grip on the back of your neck leaves little room for argument. You drink up. What happened? Maintenance said that dropping weights can affect the wiring, but I was having such a good set I wasn't thinking about it. That's bad matters. Well, it depends, I guess. Depends on the gym. I think in some gyms you can do that. You know, drop weights and all that. It depends on, you know, like if you're like a actual like bodybuilder, I guess. It's like you lift some really heavy weights, and sometimes you don't have a choice but to drop it, you know? Anyway. I'm sorry, I didn't think I was dropping them hard enough to knock you out. Huh? Did I develop a new kind of attack? A shockwave, maybe? I'm so glad you're okay, though. Boy, you must be really sensitive. Nobody's ever fainted in front of me before. Well, not in a while. But you got up again, and that's what matters, right? Here, up you go. She lifts you up with no apparent difficulty. And now you're really up. You're very impressive. You think so? How'd you get so strong? Oh, genetics? You know, I mean, that's basically. Either genetics or steroids, you know, is how you gain muscles. Or, you know, or controls the limit of your muscles anyway. And, the indomitable human spirit, and the sacred helix, and what else did they teach us? Could I get stronger too? She looks you up and down, and you brace yourself for a devastating blow to your ego. I think so. I'm sure you can make it to second to last place on the practical. Second to last place. Hey, you should drop by more often. They don't teach us many fundamentals around here. I can show you a few weightlifting basics. You glance over the smallest of the weights Nisa has been training with. Why do you look so pale? How hard did you hit your head? Go lie down for now, but don't fall asleep. I'll be here when you get back. You and your ego rest in your bunk for the remainder of the day. Done for the day, you head back to the barracks and off to sleep. She's so nice. Is it gonna be a Danganronpa? I wonder, is it a Danganronpa situation where you're like, you increase the relationship with one of the characters, but one of them explodes, you know, in the war, they fucking die, you know, or something? I don't know. Because she seems like the nicest, you know, she's like the nicest character, and like, I don't know, usually the nicest character dies, or at least they get some kind of PTSD, I don't know, at least in the war situation. Weapons were given voices of fire and thunder. Machines were driven as servants, their spears pointed to one another. False war stole from the hungry to feed the gluttons, and turned the strong upon the weak with the entertainment of parasites. I don't know if you're supposed to keep track of all the religious quotes, but I don't know if I can decipher all that. You know, too long didn't read. Alright, well, this is more training, maybe. Because we know for certain that the cancer needs black ice just as much as we do. Black ice. Eh? It was everywhere back on Helm. I had to wear treads to school every day. He means dark matter. You know, the stuff that fuels our ships? Why call it black ice then? Because the universe is full of dark matter, but the only usable kind is a small percent of it that exists in a solid state. Technically, it doesn't fuel our ships though, since it's not consumed during travel. Well, what do the cancer use it for then? They don't have technology. It makes it that much more terrifying when they zip around the galaxy in meat ships and drop pods. So we're fighting the cancer for control of black ice. You know, gonna get that sweet oil. You know, space oil, basically. America. No, I thought we were acting in self-defense. The Popper. Let's leave politics to the politicians. Just makes everything less messy. Why does that have to be censored? It's just a monster, right? Doesn't matter. No, Heyo, 3 for 3. Some people call that a hat trick. 3 kills. I didn't do anything. It's really like little achievements, you know, but I didn't do anything. It happens automatically. I do not, so don't expect me to. XP, go. Come on, idiot, what do you do now? Alright. What's the, well, that's like glowing. What does that mean? Well, can I talk to, Nisa again? Strength 3. So, okay, I can talk to Nisa again. Yes. Probably what I'll do. I mean, unless there's any point in, like, I guess, what's the word? I forget the word. What's the word? You know, dividing? I guess dividing my time, I guess. Yeah, is there any... I don't know if there's any point dividing my affection, you know, or my relationship meter with anyone else. Usually in a dating sim, you go for one person, you know. If you waste your time going for too many people, you end up not really maxing out anyone. So you gotta get your social links up. You gotta pick and choose, so... Time to train with Anissa again. Got an opportunity! You're back. A small part of you was hoping that you have at least one more training session by yourself to preserve your dignity. Don't escape now. I knew you'd show up. Just wait 1 second. I know just the thing. You watch Nisa, she stacks a barbell with plates thicker than your torso. You know, me in real life, by the way, I never actually use a barbell. Maybe maybe one of the smaller ones, you know, the ones that don't really have plates on them, really. I've only been using dumbbells, really, because I don't really have access, at least right now, I don't have access to, like, a gym that has barbells, anyway. I don't really use barbells. They're kind of scary to me, I don't know. I've heard that it's more effective, though, for a lot of exercises, but I don't know. I just have dumbbells. Now she's adding tires and chains. Oh, okay. That's not very safe, you know? Isn't that, like, not safe? Okay, all done. Nisa has rigged up a behemoth of metal. It's not clear where you would even stand or sit. Come on, let's go. You know, no pain, no gain. You approach the monstrosity and grab on. Looks back at you, hungering for its next victim. Ooh, no. That was for me, silly. This spot's for you. Hidden behind Nisa's sculpture is an exercise mat with some plain bands and a few hand weights. Okay, we're stuck doing, like, beginner stuff, I guess. Now we can hang out next to each other. Could you get your hands, knees for me? Hands or knees, eh? Nisa kneels next to you. Her hands hover in midair for just a moment before confidently making their move. You miraculously avoid flinching when she takes hold of your shoulders, seemingly to squeeze experimentally. Her palms run down the length of your arms, repeating the gesture. Although you realize Nisa is examining the definition of your major muscle groups one by one, you feel a little bit like a reluctant house cat with an overly affectionate owner. Now, to be honest, I feel like the protagonist I think is supposed to be gender ambiguous because they're just a self-insert. But, I mean, the fact that your character is avoiding an arranged marriage and everything, I mean, that is definitely like a cliche, you know, and usually it's the female, you know, that is in the arranged marriage. I mean, in the context of Japan, I guess. Usually you're setting the wife up. So, I don't know, I imagine this to be Yuri, but anyway. It's as if she's conscious that you're not very sturdy, but unsure where the line is between giving you a proper workover and accidentally ripping you apart like tissue paper. Which she's probably more than capable of doing. Her hands continue down your back, then she presses softly your abdomen. Very squishy down there. Your ears are turning red. I was right. Your core actually isn't too bad. Do you do crunches in the barracks? Or did you ask your Valkyrie to focus there? Well, but you're neglecting your lower back. I know most of us train for combat alone, but I think everyone could stand to build a good base. It's easier to avoid getting injured, and you'll feel better when sitting down for a long time. And try extending an arm at the opposite leg. Aw, little Shiki, here, I'll adjust you. Right, she's my trainer now, you know, my gym trainer. Now let's try the other side. Nice. What do you call it? You call it a gym, I guess a fitness trainer, right? Oh, yeah, that's what you call it. He's like a fitness trainer now. And let's try 50 of each. 50? That's a lot. Don't give up, just keep at it. You'll feel so much better after you're done. Time ticks on as if there's no one else in the world but you, Nisa, and her weightlifting abomination. You'll sleep well tonight. I guess that's calisthenics though, you know? That's just really a warm-up, really. If you want to, like, build muscles though, you gotta, like... you gotta lift those dumbbells, you know? Done for the day, you head back to the barracks, off to sleep. And yet, the first men were given another chance. From across the stars came ripples of civilizations past and dire portents of conflict to come. Homo sapiens had glimpsed the true enemy, and so for the first time they abandoned false war to turn their gaze skyward. Oh, is that what it is? So it's like the idea is that they, you know, they saw a common threat, and so they stopped fighting each other. That's usually how it goes in alien movies. I heard you walked on water at the Battle of Ulysses. Don't make fun of me, man. I mean it, my neighbor back home saw the VOD. It only looked like water. Ulysses is almost entirely bogs and marshes. He was just sinking very slowly. Who are they talking about? Who do you think? Only one soldier alive who inspires that kind of talk. Commander Conrad Alator. You guys know about the commander? He's only the most famous man in the galaxy, Nisa. So you heard him in too. That's why I picked the Voyagers. Swinging that big hammer of his, swooping through crabs like they're made of glass. Did you know he got his runes when he was 4 years old? Why'd they try them on a child? They didn't. But everyone says... They also say his mother was a virgin, and his first words were for all of mankind. For the Emperor! They weren't? I don't know. Running is a fundamental exercise for all kinds of disciplines: bodybuilding, martial arts, gymnastics, weightlifting. At least that's what everyone says. No one actually does it, but you jogged a 10k anyway. Is my soldier actually some kind of masochist? Spend XP. Boop, boop, boop. Do now. Well, now we don't really have a chance to really increase our relationship with Nisa anymore because we don't have enough strength. But we should focus on strength. Again, I don't know if there's any reason to increase any of our other stats. I am curious about increasing will, though. It's funny how, like, the AI said, like, what's the point of increasing will? There's no point. That makes it seem important, though, so, like, maybe I should increase it. What happens if I increase will for just a little bit? Apparently you need 30 will to, like, you know, be friendly of the major. That's impossible, but, I mean, you could try anyway. You need 30 will. Can you even get that much in the first place? I don't know. I could talk to the major. You can look for Adrian? I was too. Among the younger recruits, a lot of the girls end up giving me food. Walter helps me eat it all. Okay. I train Will. Looks like the doctor's not in right now. You'll have to come back for some other day if you want to play guinea pig. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. You do experiments? I guess he does experiments on you? That's how you train Will? There's no other way to train Will? I talk to these people, I guess, Carol. Take it easy, Popper. Well, to each their own. Just don't expect others to slow down for you. You'll probably need to improve your speed. You probably want to improve your speed. You want to keep up with Carol, yeah. Doesn't matter. You can talk to these people, but they'll be like, you can't talk to these guys because they don't like you. You're not cool enough. Hey, Popper, let's meet up some other time. No offense, but I think what I got planned for today would be a lot for you. You gotta increase your endurance. And then you talk, this guy's gonna call you stupid. Hi, Popper. If you're looking to kill time, I'm sure some of the senior officers could use an errand run. Too stupid. I guess I'm too stupid. It's too bad. Is there no way to train Will in any other place? Doesn't seem like it. Alright, fine. I'm gonna lift, bro. I'm just gonna lift. I gotta make Nisa proud, I guess. I increase my strength. Go! Yeah! Done for the day, you head back to the barracks and off to sleep. In their ignorance, the first men were blind to the wealth of soul, fumbling in the dark for drinking water and metals. They only cracked open the crown of Saturn in search of Urim. When they found the blessed dark matter instead, they nearly cast it aside. Okay, so in the sci-fi universe, something to do with dark matter is like very important. It's like, is the resource that everyone's using, I guess. Noise outside. Was it a garbage truck? I don't know. Just because Valhalla's waiting doesn't mean I'm in any rush to die. I want to be celebrated, not made to serve drinks. I think you look cute serving drinks. What? You keep your opinion on the hypothetical to yourself. Nails, or Niels, what you're describing is something out of pre-raised scripture. Valhalla's nothing like that. Right, because you've been there yourself? It's a technological phenomenon, a side effect of the Valkyrie metasystem. I was wondering, right? Is it like a virtual heaven, basically? So it's a big server? You haven't asked your Valkyrie? Oops, sorry, I know that's all supposed to be private. I don't mind sharing. My Valkyrie's a beautiful, luxurious-looking blonde with a calm, demure attitude and a shapely... mommy issues. Where the hell do you get that from? See why it's supposed to be private? Valhalla is not an afterlife. That's just a way for soldiers' strengths to be passed on. A small kindness the Valkyries offer us to give our sacrifices concrete meaning. Well, that could all be true, and there could be beautiful women there serving us drinks. Would they be wearing aprons and calling you baby? Okay. So what did she say? I want to recap what she said, actually. She's probably right, so... It's not an afterlife. It's just a way for soldiers' strength to be passed on. So what does she mean by that? Like not our entire consciousness is passed on or uploaded? It's just simply our like knowledge, maybe? Possibly? Is that how that works? And that's why, when you inject the nanomachines into our bodies, it's also like the skills, the experience, kind of like being passed on to future soldiers and future generations, is the idea, maybe. But obviously it doesn't happen right away. I don't know, something like that. But small talk is a vital part of being a good soldier. You're a lot less likely to be abandoned when a mission goes foobar if your squad mates know what sports you're into. That's dark. Don't ask me what foobar means, because I don't know. Well, I think it means fucked up beyond all repair. Alright, spend XP. I kind of want to spend XP on some will. I feel like we're going to need some willpower. Just a little bit of will. I want to increase my will a little bit, Just for a little bit. I actually want to talk to Adrian. I don't know. I mean, well, let's see. I don't know if we get locked into like a scene, but I just want to talk to them. Would you rather spend time with the other ensigns? I'm a lot more boring than people your own age. Okay, so you don't get to actually hang out with him. I like to train Will, though. Can I train Will? Will is tricky, but Mr. Walter skirts the edge of heresy with his research. Someone say heresy? You could probably improve your courage by volunteering for whatever's on the menu. I've just strengthened my will by being like a test subject, I guess. You make yourself available for whatever medical tests pop into Volter's mind. Just for fun, I guess. Done for the day, you head back to the barracks and off to sleep. Gotta increase your will. The dark matter allowed Homo sapiens to shrink the crude map they had drawn of the universe. The first road was built, and they walked it from Mother Terra to Scion Pluto in minutes, when it once had taken them years. Okay, so basically allow them to travel the stars. You ready to get your revenge, Popper? There we go. I don't know if that matters. Were you surprised to see me on Monday? I just said what I felt like saying. And here you are, so what comes next is up to you. You grip your weapon. It doesn't feel any lighter than before, but it does feel a bit more familiar. Listen up. Today you'll be drilling in the simulator as teams. You'll be outnumbered and surrounded. This is not a test of endurance. Help will not be coming. The only one getting reinforcements will be the enemy. In other words, pretty bog standard situation when dropping into a compromised surface. Terrain, sir. You want me to spoil the surprise? Just want to know if we should expect company from below. Always expect company from below. Sir, you got your assignments, move. You're in the first team. On each side of you are faces you recognize but no one you're close to. If teamwork is key here, you'll need to create some fast. 3, 2, 1, fight. Monsters. Buzzing swarms of light come together on all sides of you to form 1, 2, 3 more crabs than you like to count. You just have to focus on what's in front of you and hope the others are doing the same. Outnumbered is bad, surrounded is worse. That's why you gotta create a like a square formation now, you know? If you're surrounded. But every fight that has ever won started with at least one kill. A grunt charges towards you, claws outstretched. Oh, now I have strength of the power of muscle. I simply slice it in half. Its rush attack seems desperate, pathetic, not worth your time. So you just bring your sword down a straight line and kill it. The Hulk of chitin, I think? I always forget how you pronounce this. It's like the, you know, insect skin. The Hulk of chitin collapses, kicking up motes of simulated dirt and fading out into nothingness. You know, or I say insect skin. I mean, I guess they're crabs, but you know, like the exoskeleton, you know, in a lot of insects. On your left, nothing. They must have finished faster than you. On your right, a panting soldier, their weapon lodged deep into the cancer's spine. Too deep. They're struggling to pull it out. You shift your center of gravity, prepare to dash to them while scanning on either side, and see a massive pair of jaws emerge from the ground in a blur and snipe close twice as fast, swallowing your fellow soldier in a pulsating mass of pixels. You blink twice. Were you hit in the head? Are your runes malfunctioning? Behind you! You twist your spine, turn your neck, widen your eyes. Just in time to see a serrated forearm fall down like an axe, where the center of your torso was a moment before. You're off balance but alive, and its arm is stuck to the ground. How do you kill it? I just have one. I'm a one-trick pony. I usually use my strength. Trace his arms with your blade straight to its heart. Apparently, it's hearts, plural, by the way. You make your own chink in the alien's armor, butterflying its flesh from arm to chest and drawing a line through all three hearts. Whasha, whasha, whasha. As the enemy dissipates, you turn back around, searching for the pixelated anomaly. But the terrain is already fading. Your fellow soldiers are dusting themselves off, laughing, cursing, and spitting on the ground. You know, good round, guys, GG, you know? It's like a video game to them. 70% survival rate, above average. What happened back there? Burrows popped up. Got your squad mate because they spent too much time in one spot. Remember, better to lose your weapon than lose a limb. Though one usually follows the other pretty fast. Something happened to my vision. What do you mean? You tell her what you saw when one of your allies was attacked. Oh, that's just the runes' sensor. The runes will blind me on the battlefield? You're only 18, kid. Brain's still developing. Who knows what all that blood and gore will do that to you, or do to you? What if I need to see the blood and gore? Sensors only kick in when things are fatal, like when you get bisected for standing there like an idiot. I know, Commander, I know. Who decides what's a fatal wound or not? The runes? Your Valkyrie? The First Among Fathers, or some combination of all of the above? But whoever does it, or whoever does the math? I think it's a typo. But whoever does it, does the math, I guess. I don't know how else you would say it. But whoever does it, does the math. And I've never seen them get it wrong. I think unspoken flits behind her eyes. That's interesting. So it's freaking... It's just like a automated censor. You know, it's like when you get demonetized on YouTube for swearing in the first 10 seconds of a video. You know, it's like that. You know, it's automated censors. Next squad, let's go. You had intended to spend the rest of the simulator session observing the others, trying to learn from them. But instead, you spent the entire time frowning down the floor. Every now and then, you consider lifting your tongue and posing Ruby a question, but you never managed to actually piece together what you wanted to ask. Sup, Popper? Managed to avoid getting crushed this time. Sorry. What I'm trying to say is... You improved. Good work. Are you almost done brooding, or are you gonna finish that up in the showers? Because if you wrap that up, maybe you feel like breaking a few rules? What rules are we breaking? Breaking rules? I don't like to break rules, actually. I've always been an anti-rule breaker, you know, in school. I don't like it. I don't want to be a delinquent. You're a bad influence. No, this is exciting. It's juvenile. It's going to get you court-martialed. I bought beards with a fake ID. They're not gonna give us a life sentence. Us? There's no us. Then why'd you two come? I was hoping to stop you from breaking the law. I was hoping to watch you get caught. Oh for 2 then. Come on, even Popper tag along. You two really gotta be bigger dorks than the kid who's richer than Mother Terra. I keep saying it doesn't matter. I feel like these choices don't matter. I didn't know you were getting us in trouble. Alright, I'm sorry. I apologize. So are you really gonna make me drink these by myself? Abandon a soldier in a desperate need of reinforcements? Nisa's worth a squadron all her own. Her size, she could probably down a whole keg without getting tipsy. Axel, you're so sweet. It's just an observation. You're very big. Stop it, I'm getting all embarrassed. I think you've gotten used to it by now. You do not qualify as big on Helm. No, I did, but it's still very bold to just come out and say it. You feel like you missed a step in the conversation. What's not to look for? You got different beauty standards all the way up there in the upper crust of society? I just never thought height was that big of a deal. It isn't. Well, I mean, come on. People say it is, but people say it isn't, but it is. Bigger people have bigger kids. Bigger kids fare better as soldiers. If you think Nisa's tall, you see some of the pinup posters they sell down at it. Don't drag Popper down to your level. Oh, anyone's down a level, Kara. You must be what, 150? 155? Now I know you're lying about your Valkyrie, because if she were a proper lady, she'd smack you for that. Peace offering! He cracks the tab on a dull aluminum can and extends it to Kara with both hands, his head bowed dramatically. Come on, Kara. Let's be the bravest of the brave. You know, Nisa, don't be influenced by this guy. He's a bad influence. I don't know. Guess we're drinking beers. I'm not scared. I've had it before. You've had a beer before. I've had wine at a formal occasion. Wine's not beer. I mean... Come on, that's picking at that's nitpicking, you know. Well, they're very similar, aren't they? No. Nuh-uh. No, they're not. She turns to you. I don't know. I don't actually know. Now throw us in the break for this. I disagree with this. I disagree. We should not drink beer. It's bad. See, I think she's starting to like it. I'm absolutely not. There's nothing good about this. I guess the carbonation's nice. Yeah, kinda thought there'd be more to it. What? Seriously? No one's... Hopper, back me up here! The fizz is beginning to die down, your can still feels very full. It does not look appetizing to you. So nobody's feeling anything? Everyone looks down. The hell? Did I get ripped off? Did I just buy sparkling water? In which case, I would like it. No, you're talking about sparkling water? I actually love sparkling water. You know, I like carbonated drinks just in general. But obviously, you drink too much soda, you know. It's bad for you, so I prefer the ones without sugar. What? Talking to your Valkyrie right in front of us. Bold move. Hard to say no to mommy, I guess. Unbelievable. He says we can't drink. That is the law. No, we can't drink. Our Valkyries are stopping the alcohol. Oh. You set your can down and listen as the dying fizz fades. It is against the law. Yeah, I guess so. It was dumb anyway. You weren't at all curious? Heads up would have been nice before I went and bought the ID. But I guess then we wouldn't have an excuse to celebrate Popper's win now, would we? He smiled at him, and Nisa, Kara, and Axel frowned a little less. Well, how much you guys talk to yours? I don't, really. Sometimes when I'm studying. I never know what to say. You can say anything. What's the point? They see everything we see, feel everything we feel. They don't know everything. They have boundaries. So they say. You don't believe them? I believe them, I guess. Gonna share my head with someone for the next few years, why not keep things friendly? Though for all my goodwill, she still smothered my beer run inside the crib. Well, 18 isn't 21. Maybe it should be. That's very philosophical. Nah, he's trying to be political. We're mature enough to choose to serve, aren't we? Serving is something to be proud of. It's selfless. Not that selfless. Excuse me? We get paid, don't we? Better than most people get paid for most things. And when we leave, there's perks after. If you really think that, then I... Just a joke. Just a joke. Neil's joke brings to mind your own reasons for being here. Running away from your father just because... Just a joke, short stuff. Okay, I'm gonna punch you now. This really is Natsuki, by the way. It's just Natsuki energy. Watching Nisa push Kara and Neil's part while Axel pretends not to laugh, you feel at the very least good about your decision to come to this escapade. Yes, we as the protagonists, we just hang out with our friends. These friends that... I don't know. I was gonna say like they betray us at the end or something, but obviously we don't know that yet. Anyway, with their poison in their refuse, the first men turned Warrior Mars into a sister for Terra. Other planets followed. As their numbers grew, so did their arsenal, but having never learned of reverence for war, their hubris grew to outsize all. Okay, so, continuing the story of the humans and humanity colonizing all the planets, I guess. You lie awake in your bunk with a pounding headache and limbs that feel hollow with pain. Bracing yourself through the nausea, you manage to ask Ruby if it's possible to get a hangover without getting drunk first. No. So what's wrong with me? To eloquently summarize, as only I possibly could, you're tired. Luckily, there's no mandatory training today, so I suggest you just be patient and avoid anything strenuous. I don't think soldiers are allowed to lay in bed all day. If you're that concerned, you could always go to the sick bay and get a second opinion. I guess we should. Oh, it's pulsating. I guess, you know? Or pulsing? I don't know what the word is. That means we might increase our relationship with Adrian, it seems like. I guess that's the only way to increase the relationship meter. Come in. I promise I'm not committing heresy in here. Oh, it's you. Sorry, I'm not used to guess. Don't you have patience? Soldiers don't get sick after the first few weeks. It's mostly a one-man show in here. This is like a very cushy job, to be honest. I hang out and don't really do much work. Get paid for it. Though when your Valkyrie was running late, I did think briefly that I might have found a lab assistant. That was a joke. I would wish this monotony on even the true enemy. What are you researching anyway? I study the cancer. That usually gets more of a reaction. Why is that? I'm not doing anything illegal, to be clear. Just a little taboo here and there. There are some people in the Solar Republic who feel that knowing your enemy is just the first step towards sympathizing with your enemy. That's what I was saying, you know? You're like the prime suspect. If there's any betrayal on this ship, you know? Is there like an Among Us situation? You're the first person I think of. What's wrong with sympathizing with the enemy? Well, any other room in this ship, you get in a lot of trouble for saying that. Lucky it's just us in here. People are afraid of what they don't understand. In theory, science is the cure for that. But only if something can be understood. Our enemies are alien. Their biology, alien. Their psychology, alien. They have no known language, no known writing, and yet they conquer regardless. They can live off drops of water and radiation alone, yet still grow to be strong and healthy. There's a perseverance in them that I admire. Sorry. Seems I started to ramble. Did you come here to ask me something? Well, I was curious about your time here in service. The legend of the soldier without a Valkyrie, is it? Sorry, but there's no tale to be told. I kept up with the training as best I could, did all their exercises. Did a lot of extra exercises as well. I thought of myself as an underdog. Maybe I could be stronger than any of them even without a Valkyrie. First time a guy half my way threw me across the room, that idea went out the window. That sounds like intense training. Oh no, that was a misunderstanding. He, misunderstood why his girlfriend at the time was looking at me, I suppose. And he threw you for that. Well, all's fair in the love and war. Both are encouraged here in the Armada. Cultivated, even. I like to say I toughed it out, that my stubbornness won out overall, but the truth of the matter is, I'm just a creature of habit. I stuck to my routine, and put off questions about where I was headed with daydreams about ending up somewhere grand. I'm grateful in hindsight that leadership stepped in and followed me away as a specialist. If they hadn't, I'd still be on the grind as a 24-year-old ensign. Which would be quite embarrassing. Is 24 that old? I guess it's all relative, but like, to me, 24 is not that old. Yes, here especially. You've been a soldier for 6 years then. 4, actually. Yes, on top of everything, I was one of those late enlisters. Perhaps I never stood a chance of making friends. A 20-year-old looking for a career stands out awfully among a pack of 18-year-olds with fire in their eyes and courage in their hearts. Is that big of a difference of 2 years? I don't know. Like, to me, a difference between 18 and 20 is not that big. But I don't know. Whatever. Yeah, sorry to disappoint, but I'm not like you. Signing up to fight the enemies of humanity as soon as you were able. I'm just an oddball who couldn't find a steady job. Maybe that's why I don't mind studying aliens. I don't really fit in with humans to begin with. What was your call sign, by the way? They called me Caterpillar. Sweet, isn't it? My squad wanted me to believe I was just a late bloomer. I still hear about them every now and then, off saving the galaxy in 408. I hope they haven't heard anything bad about me. With much to think about, you walk back from speaking to Adrian slowly, and decide to go to bed early by the time you get back. Okay, freaking Adrian, like, he's telling us his backstory, and now we're like sympathizing with him. I don't know, man. Anyway, I guess the streamer is streaming again. Freaking Mr. Conrad or whatever. What's his name? Actually, isn't he the guy that everyone says he's the most famous Commander guy or whatever? Is this the guy? I don't know. Anyway. Look, it's not meant to be some secret for me to sell you breakfast food with... I'm just a soldier. If I'm strong, it's because I started training at a young age. So, if you want to be like me, enlist as soon as possible. No, I'm kidding. Get your teacher's permission first. Parents? They might have an opinion on it, but they don't have to give you permission, no. Don't think you owe your parents anything, chat. They were just doing their duty. That's right, chat. You know, you need to do your part. It's your local leaders that raised you, your politicians who fed and clothed you. Unless you're from one of those high mighty industry or military families, the aristocrats from the core worlds. I'm guessing most of you have never even met your parents. So don't get yourself into writing them a letter every time you make a career choice. Did you ever meet your parents? I did not. Have not, I suppose I should say. Could still be around technically. But if they were, they would have probably tried for a sibling, don't you think? What's your Valkyrie like? Oh, now that is a secret. I keep them very close to my heart. Let's leave it at that. Are they pretty? I haven't the words to describe it. Now I'm thinking of VTubers. You know, it's like, cause he's a streamer or whatever. Now I'm thinking like Valkyries, like VTubers in a way. I don't know, anyway. Homo sapiens spread itself sheer as they attempted to swallow the wealth of the galaxy. Its tribes grew ever more distant and spiteful. Only by the threat of true enemies and their need for the heart of the warp network were their daggers kept sheathed. Alright, let's save the game. Too many saves. How many saves do I have? Well, I ran out of saves. Nah. I gotta make so many saves though. Interesting tidbit as well. Apparently, like, in this universe, you know, parents and family isn't that important, I guess, unless you're like rich, I guess. But for the most part, family relations is not. It's not as it is in, you know, in present time. Like, apparently in this universe, the government is more important, right? Like the government raises you, basically, is the idea. Again, very what's it called? Is it called Starship Troopers or whatever? That's what it reminds me of, you know? You gotta do your part, right? You gotta be part of the military. You're only a citizen if you're a soldier, and you're fighting the bugs and everything. Anyway, but let's see. It's been it's more than 2 hours. I got too engrossed, you know. I mean, this game is interesting. It's a lot of, I don't know. I don't want to say filler, but it kind of is. There's a lot of filler, you know. It seems like, but that's the point of the game, you know. It's like very, very dating sim, very, you know, Persona, social links. It's just a lot of like in between stuff that not really like focused on the plot. It's more about developing the characters, I guess. Which is okay, I guess. I mean, it's interesting enough. I do like how they keep building the world, you know, bit by bit. So the world itself is interesting. So I like that part. I don't know. I just don't really prefer playing like whole dating sims, you know, because it spends a lot of time just developing characters and everything. But I want to focus more on less about like, you know, just people hanging out and more about fighting. You know, I want more fighting, and not necessarily space bugs or space crabs either. I like internal like fighting, you know, or like, you know, characters like having conflict with each other. You know, when things go wrong, you know, things like that. You know, I want to focus more on that. That's more interesting to me. That's the more interesting part of the story, in my opinion, instead of like trying to like make the player like, oh, sympathize with, oh, this character, I love this character, ooh woo, you know. It's like, I don't know, it's like, I feel like a lot of games do that. They're like, you know, and that's why people like them, you know, because they feel so attached. But I feel like I don't need that as much anyway. I'd rather have that during the, like, you know, if you're gonna write a story anyway, like I'd rather have that happen during the action, you know, rather than kind of like this weird build up, you know. I feel like it's probably going to end, right? The story is probably going to end way before we actually meet any real spacecrafts, I feel like, right? Because the idea is that it ends on, what is it, like the 27th or something, you know, of the month, I guess, is the idea. And probably something happens, you know, and then that's it. I don't know. Anyway, but yeah, I was gonna say though, been more than 2 hours, so I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna grab a snack, go to the washroom, and I'll be right back after a few minutes. Then I'll continue playing Märchen Line, I guess that's how you pronounce it, Märchen Line. BRB. Alrighty. Let's continue playing Märchen Line. Märchen. I want to keep saying it so I pronounce it properly. Märchen Line. Märchen Line. Märchen Line. You know, this game is tagged as horror, by the way, right? You know, so far, I mean, other than the Full Metal Jacket style, you know, boot camp thing going on, or whatever. Romanceable characters. So it is like a thing. So anyway, and also a few endings: dead end, bad end, and true end. Anyway, I was gonna say, you know, for the most part, it's very slice of life. You know, it's very much like a bunch of characters just hanging out, just being military buddies together, you know? It's like, yay, camaraderie and all that. And probably by the end, they get thrust into some kind of situation where people get hurt and die, you know? But anyway, one of the content warnings, underage drinking. What's the drinking age for... I mean, the drinking age in Canada is 21, you know? But isn't it like in some countries technically it's 18? So, you know, it's kind of a weird content warning because technically in some countries, I think 18 you can just drink beer. It doesn't matter. Like they don't care. You know, they don't give a crap. So, I don't know why that's a content warning. More like a political warning. You know, it's like if you live in a country where if you're 18 and you can't drink beer, it's like, oh no, you're breaking the law. Anyway, but it also has like, you know, it says here blood and gore and cannibalism. You know, I'm waiting for the cannibalism. Somehow, a lot of the games I play, especially if it's a horror game, somehow involves cannibalism. I don't know why. It just does, okay? Yeah, there's a horror element to it, you know? I'm just waiting for the horror. I mean, again, there is a little bit... You know, the fact that we live in this, again, like a Starship Trooper situation. What's it called? I always forget what we call it. Star Trip? Yeah, Star Trip? No, Starship Troopers. Right? Yeah, this thing. You know? Which I watched like one clip on YouTube. But like the idea is, you know, is that they're like space marines, they go fight bugs. And the whole point is like kind of this weird idea where like it's an alternative sci-fi future, I guess, or you know, fictional future where all the soldiers are just like in this weird mindset, you know? I mean, similar to like how the real world military works, but like everyone's just kind of indoctrinated, right? So there's like military family, right? Like the military is more important than anything else, and it's made to be like that, right? To make like an efficient soldier, make you like bond with your teammates and everything. But it's also horrific because you just go, you do all that and then you get murdered by bugs. You know, this kind of it's kind of like a existential horror in a way. But obviously it has a lot of parallels to just real life war. You know. Anyway, but yeah, let's continue. Again, I don't know if I'll be... Obviously, I can't finish this in one stream, but I'll do as much as I can, I guess. And I guess we'll see. Let's see. I want something interesting to happen. You know, like, does it happen on the halfway point or something? So far, again, it just feels like school. You know, it's like high school dating sim with a little bit of like military flavor. You know. Anyway, so let's see what's going on. Nisa is talking. Actually, I want to see. Well, usually there's a pop-up that says where we are, right? But then, I obviously missed that pop-up at this point, so I don't know what it is. Anyway, let's see. Nisa's talking. Dreams? I wish. I never have dreams. It's just bunk, then darkness, then the next day is already here. Okay, she's talking about... I thought she was talking about like goals, you know, life goals, you know, dreams, but no. Talking about like actual like dreams when you sleep at night. Apparently she doesn't get dreams. Feels like I'm missing out on something. You'll have 48 hours to catch up on rest if they approve your leave when we swing past Patton. Patton? Seriously? Like with the beaches and the trees and the mountains? No, I'm not smart enough. Oh no, my intellect. You have to assume that Pan is as verdant as Nisa claims. We're as dumb as Nisa. Every planet has mountains, Nisa. Not like Pan. It is pretty nice there. You've been? I have. Once or twice, or several times. Well, don't spoil anything. The nicest summer day Helm ever had, it snowed. It's mostly a breadbasket planet, Nisa. There's a lot more farms there than there are hospitals? No. Than there are hotels and casinos. Casinos? Yeah, and there's a few, but even if your shore leave got approved. Wait, how far in advance do you have to request shore leave? Yesterday was the cutoff. Nisa spends the rest of the exercise glaring at Axel. It's like he's disappointed. Grappling drills. Did we do Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu or something? Practice your grappling daily if you can. It's not very useful since even the smallest cancer has got 2 heads over you, but it is entertaining to watch. And someone who works hard can never beat someone who makes sure their Valkyrie has fun. What is this? This is horrible advice. And let's see. Let's train... I don't know. Let's train... a bit of a strength. Oh, we got level 4 just barely. And put the rest in will. Whee! Plenty of daylight left. Alright. Let's see. So we still don't have enough to increase our meter with Nisa. That is the plan, I guess. So we should increase more strength. I don't know. I mean, I don't think it matters, but I just want to see, like, can I train strength in another place other than the gym? I guess I could train strength here, technically. Right, that for fun. Why not? Train strength. There's no shortage of heavy stuff for you to lift around here if you want to work on your strength. I will train strength. Whee! It's just like, developers of the game, model employee. You spend the rest of the day loading and unloading cargo. Amazing. Done for the day, you head back to the barracks and off to sleep. Wonders were built. Towers scraped the heavens, and weapons dwarfed the moons. But the first men coveted knowledge almost as much as they coveted wealth, and so a great telescope was commissioned. And they made a really big telescope, I guess. Wow. And just like that, boom! Drop pods surround the colony and 10,000 crabs poured out. Hell of a surprise attack. But it ended up being a slaughter. Ella Tor painted the sands red. How was it a surprise attack with all our satellites? Can't see an enemy approaching if they're moving faster than light. The Cancer don't even use wheels, for father's sake. How can they use FTL drop pods? Sling propulsion is precise, but it's not exactly complicated. Black Ice compresses the space behind you, stretches the space in front of you, then... whang. Space snaps back into place and rubberbands you between the stars. The force of the impact will be... I don't know what he's talking about. Unimaginably devastating. Not quite, Kara. Force is mass times acceleration, but FTL means reducing distance, not increasing speed. You're making my head hurt. Grads figure all of that out? If they hadn't, even the first men could have beaten them. This daily mission was mostly a joke. I didn't think you actually push boxes back and forth for 120 minutes. But I guess any exercise can be fulfilling if you got company. Since you're disobedient, I'll need to go and delete all the prank objectives I thought up. Most of these like daily missions don't mean anything. I feel the Valkyries is being sarcastic. Mostly. Because, I mean, the Valkyries are not the ones giving us the objectives, right? It's Colonel or the Major that tells us to do things, as far as I know. Alright, let's talk to Nisa now. Yeah. I got an opportunity! You pass by Adrian's quarters on an errand, but catch sight of Nisa. Just as she barrels past you and disappears around the corner. You're unsure if she even noticed you. Oh, Popper, did you need something? Is Nisa okay? Who? Sorry, trying to preserve confidentiality here, but I'm not a great liar. What happened? It's really not my place to say. You should go ask her yourself. You find Nisa in the corner of the cafeteria. Her hands around a mug of something steamy. You've never seen her look so small. Hey. Eh? Oh. Hey, now's not the best time for training, I think. Let's take a rest day. Do you want someone to talk to? I'm here for you if you need it. She nods. For a while, the two of you sit in silence. Nisa's eyes trace the scratches in the surface of the table. You can't help but think about reaching out to steady her shaking hands. Hey, do you ever get scared of dying? Every once in a while, you get an existential dread of, simply not existing after you die. I mean, some people believe in the afterlife, I guess, but how do you really know? How do you really know that there is an afterlife? And how do you know you go to a good place? Anyway. Otherwise, generally, I think what happens is that it's just nothing. It's just darkness. Nothing. It's just, you just cease to exist. That's pretty scary. I mean, I guess I'll say yes. I do. You too, huh? I guess we're both not quite the soldiers we're supposed to be. I think about it a lot, which is too much for a soldier. I feel normal when I'm training, like I'm unstoppable and only getting better. But during the downtime, it's like I sink into something deep and heavy. Can't help imagining everything going wrong. This should be the perfect place for me. Everyone back home said it would be. No one batted an eye when I said I'd enlist, like it was just expected. Or maybe like they didn't care. I went to talk to Mr. Vulture about it today. I thought maybe there'd be a test he could do, and the result would tell me what I need to do to fix things. He said there's no tests, but that my Valkyrie could fix things for me if I ask. If I just ask, I won't even remember what it's like to be scared. Do you think I should do it? I mean, sounds like a bad idea. If you don't fear anything at all, you might end up in situations where fear is a good thing, actually, and tells you to be careful, And also, if you get rid of your own emotions, you become less human, as well. Just generally, you don't want to do that. You shouldn't, I would say. You should not. But then what do I do? How do I keep dealing with this every day? It's called being a human, Nisa. Have you tried it? Called being a human being. And then again, they are soldiers, so they are in the front lines, supposedly. We haven't seen them fight yet, but I'm assuming there's a very real chance of dying, more so than people who are not soldiers. Nisa's eyes fill with tears again. Sorry, that was a big question to ask you. Well, I'll be here for you no matter what you decide. No matter what? I need to think about things some more. Can you give me some more time alone? You head out, leaving Nisa alone, once more with her thoughts. Done for the day, you head back to the barracks and off to sleep. In the darkness between stars, the great telescope drifted alone through the void and shone its light past their borders. It peered into neighboring galaxies, seeking new worlds, new marvels, new resources, and new allies. You might as well ask me what I'd do if Sol exploded. Come on, it's just for fun. What about you, Popper? What would you do if cancer got wiped out tomorrow? You wouldn't want to be out of a job already. Look for work, I guess. Ugh, I guess so. Well, there's no need to worry. We've been at war for thousands of years. I doubt we'll be declaring victory anytime soon. Her voice carries a bizarre mix. Resignation and pride in seemingly equal parts. Will failed. I don't have enough will. We just have to keep at it, right? Losing your nerve? There are hundreds of star systems that have been liberated and colonized because of the bravery of the Voyager Armada. If we're boring you, perhaps you fare better in defensive Armada, guarding shipping routes and deterring trade wars. Kara. Sorry, Popper. I know you didn't mean... To answer your question, Anissa, I don't know. I celebrate, I guess. And clean armor. You know, we don't actually see, like, there's like weird daily missions. We never actually see us doing that. It's only the Valkyrie that mentions us doing that. Nice work on your armor. Cleanliness is second to godliness. And I should know, I'm basically a goddess of victory. You should shower more, by the way. What? I'll increase my will a little bit. There you go. However, if we want to get closer to Nisa, we must train our strength. We must become even stronger. We must go Super Saiyan. Can I talk to you anyway? Get up a sweat. Improve our strength. Alright. Fine. I guess I'll just train my strength. Oop. Leap. But as they gazed into the abyss, the Cancer gazed back. Drawn by the telescope, they descended upon the empire of the first men as a great flood. And in their cowardice and in their weakness, the fools merely kicked and climbed over each other to seek higher ground. Okay, so I guess that's when the crabs started to attack. And everyone just like, ah, crabs! It's the crabs! And they run away. Why not? They're both commanders, they're both strong. It's a big armada, pal. The chances they ever get served in the same star system. You buy that? The Major and the Elatar past lovers? Why would I? Someone said they saw him in the VOD together. Sounds very reliable. You could just ask. I don't know. Don't want to make her think I'm curious about her age. What's wrong with asking about her age? Popper, you can't be that clueless, can you? You never ask a female soldier her age if you don't know it. Why not? Hey, if you're feeling brave, you're welcome to go ask her yourself. Ask who what? Will failed. How old are you, Major? She looks genuinely taken aback for a moment. Something vulnerable flashes in her eyes. But the moment passes and her massive indifference returns. Do I need to say it? No, sir. Another lap, all three of us. Knew you were the smart one. Hey, new lap PB. A new personal record, not bad. Now you just have to never be slower than that ever again, and then you make progress. Spend my XP. A little well. Level 2, and then put the rest in strength. I don't know, is it like an optimal way to distribute points? It's hard to tell, it's just little meters. I don't see a number, you know? Run out of slave slots. Time to train. Let's go back to the cargo bay. Gotta lift things. Train strength. It's just all strength. I mean, I don't know if there's any reason to not train strength. I mean, or at least focus on one stat, really. Whoop. Is that enough? I don't know. Is that enough for Nisa's next stage? I don't know. Homo sapiens had never known true war. They failed their first instruction in it. The Cancer raised the first men and slashed and burned Homo sapiens back into the darkest age. Okay. So is that the justification for us being in war with the crabs? Because the crabs, you know, slaughtered a lot of humanity and now we're fighting back, I guess? What they say anyway. I've heard stories, never seen any pictures. What about you, Zaxxas? Ever been? What does Zaxxas mean? I'm not sure. I've seen that before. Was it he that said that before? I can't remember. Just so, seriously? Your family's a big deal. Not that big of a deal, not even close. My father did see Mars once, though from orbit. Wow. And you, Popper? You ever hear stories about the Corsicas visiting the capital worlds? Of endurance. The mere thought of looking back on family matters exhausts you. No, sorry. Not even Popper's family. Mars might as well be a dream. And Mother Terra. A fairy tale. Hey, by the way, because the name of the game, Märchen is German for fairy tale. Get it? Like kind of like a title drop, sort of. Anyway. Fields of green grass that stretch beyond the horizon. Water so dark and so deep they could swallow the heavens. Just saying it out loud. Sounds like something you tell a kid to shut them up. Okay, so it's like, I mean, this is a common trope in like a lot of sci-fi fiction, but... Or sci-fi fiction, that's a bit redundant. Science fiction. You know, in a lot of sci-fi media, you know, often the case, it takes place, you know, many years later. And usually the idea is that Earth is kind of like a myth, you know? Humanity has moved on from Earth, and Earth is like lost somewhere. And, you know, it's like this mythical place. Even though we live on Earth right now in real life, but you know, it's like, oh, this Earth, what's this Earth place? Sounds cool. Never seen it. It's the center of the warp network, Kara. If Terra wasn't real, we wouldn't be able to send. I know. Can't say that knowing warp math would be useful in battle, but you certainly proved you got discipline. Hard for me to understand the struggle, though. Arithmetic is about as hard for me as it is for you to perform cellular respiration. What's the square root of 36? 6. Easy. I feel like it took longer than usual. Also, I don't really know the square root. Well, what's the square root? I can't think of a square root like right away. I feel like we didn't practice that a lot in school. But a square root is basically it's the base of a multiplication of a number by itself, right? So technically 6 times 6 is 36, right? Let me do the math. 6 times 6, 12. Wait, so 12 plus 6 is 18. 26, 36. Okay, yeah, so I don't know. I have to like think about it, you know? I'm not really good at like doing mental math. That is true. So 6 times 6 is 36, so the square root of 36 is 6. I don't know how you would do it like the other way around. I have to do it like from multiplication. I have to choose a number and multiply it. I can't think of the other way. I guess you just memorize, you know, but I never really did that in school. We don't really practice doing that, really. I don't know. Anyway, what am I doing? Spend my XP. Well, let's increase... do we have enough strength yet? I don't know, actually. Yeah, let's put more into strength. I don't know, is it overkill to get even more strength, I wonder? It seems like we can max out the Nisa relationship. Maybe we should? I guess we will. We'll be besties now. Amazing. Hopefully, anyway. Time to be besties. Feels like it's been forever. Been keeping up with your training? Lisa lets go of a cable to wave at you. Whoops. Hey. What is it, a cable? She's doing... I don't know. Is she doing the rope thing? I've seen sometimes in gyms where they kind of like move ropes, or I don't know. Anyway. How are you feeling after last time? Last time? Why? Did something happen? A chill goes down your spine. Sorry, I shouldn't joke about that. But thanks for worrying about me. I didn't ask my Valkyrie for help. I thought about it. But I also kept thinking about what you said. So, did you really mean it? That you'd be here for me? We don't really have, you know, a real we don't really have a choice, rather. So I guess we'll just say, of course. Yeah, I was hoping you'd say that. Maybe someday I'll need my Valkyrie to keep me going. But for now, I want to try something else. How about we look out for each other? How about we look out for each other out there? If you're always watching my back 50% and always watching your back 50%, that's 200% less back for each of us to worry about. Is that how it works? Is that the math? I'm not sure. Her math gives you pause. Nisa places her hands on your shoulders. The numbers don't lie, so what do you say? Sounds good. Now all we have to do is train till we're invincible. The title card, Invincible, you know, the show, anyway. So what do you say we get back to work? Nisa N, with you at my side. Wow, amazing. It's not really ending though, because it's not done yet, you know? It's not over yet. Life continues. Coordinates. 4005 2446 4486 256. Yeah. I have to read it all. It's just numbers. Meaningless numbers. Okay. It's like a planet. It has rings. Which planet has rings again? Saturn or something? Or Venus? Which one is it? Pure murder broke out amongst the remnants, who would sooner kill their fellow man for scraps than face the true enemy again. With the heart lost, the warp network withered. Homo sapiens forgot each other, and then forgot themselves. Ominous. You're woken up by whispers instead of any alarm. The others are already up, in various states of dress, huddled up together and crouched around a screen. Sleepily, you prod at the top of your mouth. What's going on, Ruby? You should probably talk to your squad mates. The note of concern you detect in her usually flippant voice jolts you awake. Popper, you good? Heard any word yet? He gestures to some sort of heat map. A sphere of orange with a great glowing wound of white, ringed in hot red. I'm not smart. I don't know what that is. What is that? Patton. A colony world, one of the bigger ones. And its entire surface is superheated. They dropped a rock on it, Popper. No tech, no weapons, no targeting, just one meteor. No respect for true war. Goddamn animals. They're worse than animals. Animals kill to survive. The cancer kill us for pleasure. They're quieter in the simulator, but my father told me when you get up close, they're cackling all the time. The cancer don't hate us. They just love killing us. You realize grimly what the ever-growing number on the side of the screen is counting. There are so many digits. How many people live on Patton? Don't, Nisa. Why shouldn't I? We can pay our respects a different way. Killing every last cancer in the galaxy. Good plan. When do we start, Major? He follows his eyes to where the Major stands in the doorway, her jaw set but her eyes fiery. I was hoping that you all sleep in today. Orders, sir? When do we deploy? We haven't received orders yet. What? I mean, what, sir? What, sir? The Senate isn't in session. Their open discussion on retaliatory options on Monday. What's there to debate? They just turned Patton into glass. What's to stop them from doing it again? To Senzu or Mars or Terra? The Defensive Armada. Billions of soldiers with their spears trained on their warp paths, each of them more than capable of atomizing a rock in a millisecond. Where were they for Patton? Patton is in the core world. It's not their problem. So any colony that isn't fenced can just get blown to hell? What if we found where they were coming from? What if we attacked their homeworld? For all we know, there's no homeworld. Even if there was, what would destroying it do? Crush their morale? This is a war against monsters, kid. You can't logic your way to victory. You just need to obliterate them, one by one, planet by planet, star system by star system, until they're dust. Don't they get their orders from somewhere? Give it a rest, Popper. They must have some level of organization. Popper, I have a lot of work to do, I have a long day ahead of me, and I have a lot more friends with Patton than all of you put together. So if you want to daydream about what goes on in Krabs' heads, maybe do me a favor, and take it outside. The Major rides out, her path cleared automatically as incense scrambled to get out of her way. She's right. If the cancer could be killed overnight, someone smarter than me would have done so a long time ago. We just have to train harder. Yeah, just keep working and getting stronger and... And the Armada will keep getting stronger with us. Even if we all fall, Valhalla will pass our progress on to the next soldier. Keep passing the torch. Keep earning the sacrifice of those who came before us. And keep crushing every crab we find. The others seem to have worked themselves into better spirits through sheer force of will. As if the indomitable human spirit itself had risen up out of the floor, grabbed them by the spine and shaking them until they stood at attention. But you just feel ill. Even more than on your first day, you're aware of yourself as an outsider here. You suddenly become aware of the fact that you're inside a metal box, inside other metal boxes, shooting through vast darknesses of space. Or rather, shooting through the vast darkness of space. Surrounded on all sides by emptiness, nothing but... Can't speak. I don't know how to read. Try that again. Surrounded on all sides by emptiness and nothing but. Compared to that void, the bravado of the young soldiers around you seem like a candle amidst a hurricane. But even the hurricane, of all its sound and fury, will be more welcoming than the dread you sense on all sides. Hey, breathe. Popper, you good? I'm going to go train by myself for a bit. Already back at it? No, Popper's the one showing us how to act. Ah. You surprised me. Really? He sheepishly moves his hands to reveal a smattering of half-eaten hard biscuits. This is embarrassing. Old habit from my childhood. Just hate to see food go to waste, so... Did you need something? You described what you experienced back in the barracks. And you had difficulty breathing. Well, it's a good thing your Valkyrie was there. They help soldiers regulate their emotional responses to extreme events. You'll learn to do it on your own in time. So I hear. How did you take the news? In one ear, not the other. Sorry, that was a joke. This guy is such a joker. His call sign should be Joker, you know? But past a certain amount of suffering, a switch just slipped inside and I stopped trying. Make sure you and your Valkyrie work on a better solution than that, okay? You study them. Did you know they were capable of this? We know they use relatively small amounts of black ice to fling relatively small biomass-filled rocks in a sort of bioorganic artillery bombardment. Or their own bizarre form of interstellar spore reproduction, perhaps. I'm dumb. You're lost. You have no idea what he's talking about. Well, there's no reason they couldn't use a large amount of black ice to fling a large rock. Did you tell anyone? Why'd I bother? Telling anyone, I mean. It's all there in the reports, the ones I type every day. This may sound harsh, but you can't make people read, Popper. And you certainly can't make people care. You feel a disconnect between your anger and your body. Like all the outrage and panic you felt over what happened to Patton is just simmering a pot of water 2 meters behind you. Can we beat them? There's plenty of ways to beat them, you know that. It's what you train for. They're bigger and sturdier than us, sure, but they breathe air, drink water, eat organics. Probably why we end up fighting over the same planets. Can we kill them at all? Can we end the war? Those are two different things, Popper. Which do you really mean? You know, can we commit genocide or can we end the war? You know? I mean, real life war doesn't always mean just literally destroying everybody on the other side. Usually, in history anyway. It means, you know, conquering them, basically. Or sometimes, obviously, you know, not always conquer. It could also just mean like a truce, a peace treaty, things like that. I don't know. I guess we'll say, can we end the war? There are two predominant theories. Theory A, the Cantor take their orders from an as of yet seen commanding class. Meaning all we've ever encountered are various forms of drones and warriors, you know, kind of like a hive mind. Look at the Zerg, basically. Killing, communicating, both meaningless. They're like white blood cells. All they care about is that they don't recognize us, that we're foreign, that we're alien. And the only decision they make is whether to eat us now or 1 second from now. But if we could take out the commanders, a big if. What's theory B? That the cancer are a true hive mind. Each we encounter is less than even one cell in the galaxy-wide psionic network that produces a single intelligence with a single will. In which case, there is only one cancer, and all of humanity is beneath its notice. You know, it's funny. It's funny they call it cancer, you know? It's like the crab people, it's a little on the nose, but like they're like crab monsters, but also they're like cancer, as in like cancer cells. Anyway. But yeah, so there's only one cancer, and all of humanity is beneath its notice. So again, no room for negotiation. You shiver. I fail my will again. Those are both terrifying. Really? I think they're pretty interesting. But only in the academic sense. Which theory do you believe? I'm not sure I believe either. But if there is a psionic network, a way to transmit thought across that great a distance, amongst that many minds, that would open all sorts of possibilities. Like a weakness? I was thinking something a little more romantic than that. Romantic? In the archaic sense. Grand. Idealistic. If they can evolve to communicate through thought, why not us? And if we could talk to each other with our minds, could we talk to them? You know, that's also, by the way, like, that is also like a common trope in sci-fi for some reason. Like, you know, psychic powers, you know, it always comes up. I'm reminded of Gundam. The original Gundam, and there was like a character that could like, you know, was a telepath or whatever. Or they could like, you know, communicate by thought. Anyway. You want to talk to those monsters? No, not myself, no. I wouldn't make a very good candidate for first contact. I couldn't even convince a Valkyrie to share a mind with me. His laugh is clearly much more forced than the show of bravery the other ensigns put on back in the barracks. But for some reason, it has the opposite effect on your nerves. Mother Terra became darkest of all. Torch-bearing savages stabbed each other in the night for water and warmth. The mother forgave all and merely wept, but the father had seen enough. Who's the father? Situation. No daily training for today. What do you do with time instead? I guess we can go back here, I guess. Increase our meter with Adrian. Hope you're not making a habit of coming here. You do know my reputation isn't exactly... You explained that you tend to rest up today, but thought he might like the company. Hey now, I can have you worrying over me, I'm your senior. But I won't make you leave if you just want to watch me type. He spent a while just sitting there, staring at the wall, not thinking. He taps away, brief pauses in between consistent steady progress. It's making you sleepy. Not wanting to embarrass yourself by dozing off, you quickly seek a question. Speed, I don't have any speed. How are you feeling today? But due to your own sloth, ended up opting for something mundane. Not bad. A few of the younger ensigns have been by, or okay, I keep getting like tripped over the way the sentence is structured. Not bad. A few of the younger ensigns have been by, trouble sleeping after what they saw. Incense. Am I saying it right? Now I'm doubting myself again. That's how you pronounce it, right? Incense? Now I'm thinking like it's incense? No. Am I saying it right?
Ensign.
Ensign or ensign. They say it so many times I already forgot how you say it. Ensign. Wait, what was it again? Ensign. Anyway. Yeah, trouble sleeping after what they saw. The Valkyries will shore them up, but I can sneak them. I can sneak them a sedative if I'm discreet about it. It really was a lovely planet. I would have liked to see it. Were you raised on the planet? What? Am I not the very picture of a star-born adventurer? Well, I was born on a planet called Märchen. Does it ring any bears? Bears? How am I thinking of bears? It doesn't ring any bells. Sorry, I've never heard of it. Oh, it's not very notable. Just beautiful. Beautiful. He spat out the word as an insult. Are you being sarcastic? No. Tall, star-carved peaks. Wide, clear, pale blue skies. Tundra so white the clouds were muddy by comparison. Cold? Beautiful things usually are. Into something flashes across his face, but it's gone before you can notice it. What is it? This is like Disco Elysium is what this is. You know, it's like all these stats are just... This is just stat checks for like dialogue, you know? Are you okay? Of course. It's just been a long time since I've thought about Märchen. Was there an attack? No. Nothing there worth fighting for. Did something happen? Sorry. I lost my train of thought. Let me finish typing this up, and then I'll be sure to... He trails off without attempting to find an end for his sentence. So much will needed. 10 will? You take the hint and drop the subject. But without a conversation to hold it back, the white noise creeps in on your senses, and soon enough... Oh, didn't mean to wake you. You sit up in a flustered rush. I've just got to step out for a bit. Don't burn the place down while I'm gone, yeah? Graciously, he dips out before you have time to embarrass yourself further. Ruby. What's up, boss? Next time I fall asleep in front of someone, wake me up with a jolt of electricity, please. Eh? Scary. When the fetid dregs of the first men came and torched his library, he could have struck them down. Instead, he struck a pack. He broke their so-called weapons and vowed to teach them of truth. In exchange, they would spread his word as replacements for his tomes. Okay. You do 50 pull-ups, that's a lot of pull-ups. That's a tough one. What do you think, Popper? You'd rather spend an hour in a room with an administrative armada soldier or a senator up for re-election? This is weird. It's a weird hypothetical. They're both cushy snobs content to hide on the other side of the galaxy, but we fight and die for them. But at least the senator might pretend to offer you something. Wait, how would that work? Do senators have bodies? I'm not very smart. You turn to Axel, waiting for clarification. It's just a joke. You'd hook them up to a monitor or something. Maybe run a magnet over it afterwards, make the sloppy bastard squirm. I guess senators are not... They don't have bodies? They're like... I don't know. A lot of sci-fi concepts. But I'm assuming that the politicians of this world are like... For some reason, they're like AI? Or maybe they're like... Again, like an uploaded consciousness? I'm not sure. My Valkyrie is saying some not nice things about you right now, Axel. I've got nothing against AIs in general. It's politicians who I like to... Come on, Axel. Won't you thought it was best to leave politics to the politicians? I'll happily drop the subject, soon as they vote to send us out and get revenge for Patton. Okay, so maybe yeah, apparently in this universe, the politicians are AI, you know? Can't believe AIs took over this world. Pull-ups are no joke, even if you are a little on the short side. Your form could use a little work. Those last 10 were very bouncy. You know, I don't know, pull-ups are very hard. Maybe I'm just super weak, but I'm still working up to like a pull-up. One of my goals, one of my fitness goals is to do one push-up. You know? It's kind of hard though, because I don't have like a pull-up bar I could use. You know, you know those like doorway pull-ups that you put in the door, like it doesn't fit. Like I have one, but it doesn't fit the door. So instead, I use like a suspension trainer or whatever. It's like a TRX, but like a cheap knockoff brand, you know, to do like a pull-up. Like I can't really do a pull-up, so I do like negative pull-ups, you know, where you start at the top and you lower yourself down. Things like that, but I still can't really do one pull-up, you know? It's really hard. Anyway. But you counted them anyway. I'm a big softie. It's probably the closest thing I have to what could ever possibly, under circumstances and from a certain point of view, be thought of as a personality flaw. Okay. But I'm humble, so it even out. Right. Is there any point increasing my strength even more? I'm not sure, actually. I like to increase will, so I'm gonna do that. A little bit of will. Bit by bit. I feel like I can't really catch up on my will, though. It doesn't really matter at that point. At this point, rather. Well, I'm maxed out for, Nessa, so... Or Nisa? Nisa. It's not Nessa, it's Nisa. I don't know. I can talk to her again. Say hi. Doesn't seem like you get much closer to them for now. Your time would be better spent shoring up the rest of your relationships. That's what they say. But what if I need more strength later, you know? I want a little bit more strength. Just a little bit more strength, you know? Just a little bit. What if I need it, you know? What if I max out my strength? Is there any reason to do that? I'm not sure. I'm increasing my strength anyway. 7? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I guess barely 7. I barely got 7. But the father alone had never forgotten any knowledge of what had come before. With the barest hint of his power, he awed the savages and cowed their enemies. Ever merciful, he adopted each ignorant tribe in turn as his children, and so he'd earned the first of his titles. Okay? I don't know who this father is. Obviously some kind of metaphor for something, like a weapon of some sort, or is it a person? It's obviously seems like a god of some sort, but I don't know. Supposedly the father saved humanity, I guess. Anyway, it's confirmed. The rock that fell on Patton came from Cancer Space. What's the goddamn point? Why make Patton uninhibited? Try that again. What's the goddamn point? Now try that, take 3. What's the goddamn point? Why make Patton uninhabitable? Maybe it was an accident? They mistimed the exit or missed their target. That'd be worse. I mean, the race of advanced gravity weapons of mass destruction are too stupid to even aim properly. And everyone who died on Patton can't even rest with the dignity of knowing it was intentional, you know? They simply accidentally dropped the big giant rock on the planet, you know? It's kind of like when, what is it, the Xeon Confederacy? Or what are they called? The Xeon Principality, the Principality of Xeon, you know? When they tend to drop colonies, you know, on planets in Gundam. Anyway, would that make them feel better, knowing that? Doesn't everyone want to die for a purpose? I guess we got a sweet deal as far as that's concerned. We have to know exactly what we're dying for. Martial arts. Don't get lax in your training just because you learned the forms. Show some humility. There's over 4,000 years of history behind every punch and kick you're studying. Only 4,000? I said over 4,000. Technically. Okay. Willpower, go! I feel like I'm just kind of raising my will for no reason, you know? I have 1 heart here though for some reason? That's strange. I never did anything in the major though. I can say hi. You look for Adrian, I was too. You don't give me a lot of food, Volta helps me eat it all. Huh. Same dialogue. Again, like I can't really increase the mayor or major. I want to say mayor, no major, like manually, but it seems like it increased automatically for some reason. Can't train Will though right now. Guess not. Again, I just wanna I wanna max up my strength, so I'm just gonna do that, I guess. Strength. Yeah. Who needs more friends? I just have Nisa and my muscles. That's all I need, right? Here's another stream by this guy. Sounds like a party? I should hope so. They're toasting to fallen comrades. Celebrate your victories, chat. And celebrate your losses even harder. Imagine how you feel up in Valhalla if you look down and saw everyone moping about. The living have a responsibility to enjoy themselves because the dead can't. You actually believe in Valhalla? Well, the database is there. We can access it. We did a couple 100 times out there in a few today. Took strength from our fallen brethren and drove ourselves forward with their rage. But the other half of it? I believe that the Father built Valhalla to put soldiers' hearts at ease. To write a guarantee, bound in a sacred code, that no life would ever go to waste. And is that enough? We don't need an afterlife. We have Mead. We have each other. We have enemies to crush. Hear, hear. The thing they won't admit to you in school, chat. I keep saying chat. What the heck? The cancer do have their positive qualities. Like the sound they make when my hammer comes down their shell. Hoorah! And the visceral crunch under my boot when I walk over their skulls and firebomb a nest. Hoorah! And the salty smell of the fog I summon when I ride onto the field. Hoorah! I guess, oh, that's 701st saying that. I guess his squad, maybe? All it wishes to say is this, chat. You gotta enjoy the little things. Father gave us a chance to conquer the stars. The least we owe him is that we enjoy ourselves. I feel like Father, I guess, is another AI. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of AI involved. So, like, everything's AI. Like, Father was a type of AI thing, maybe? That, like, took control of humanity to save it. His growing children learn of cultivation, mathematics, biology, and physics. Machines were raised as partners, not servants, and grew alongside them as siblings. He blessed his people with fertile fields and fertile families. He gave them their new name. Okay. AI really took over, though. It's just kind of like a backdrop thing, though, you know? You would think AI, and a lot of stories, a lot of sci-fi stories, is like AI is the enemy, right? That humanity is fighting against AI, but in this universe, anyway, AI already took over. We're already, like, part of the AI network, in a way. Working together, quote unquote. I don't know how much of that is like 1984 style though, where like the AI is actually controlling all of us, but oh well. Major, what are we gonna learn to, you know, wear the bearskin, drink the blood mead, go for broke? You can enter Praetor mode at any time. Praetor mode? It really is like the Roman legionnaires. Just place your hand over your heart and say the pledge. That's all? That's a lot. Why do we need to recite a pledge in a life or a death situation? Because it's not something you ever want to do lightly. Some things deserve a little pomp and circumstance, ensign. Like giving your life over to Valhalla. How long does it last? A few minutes? Finish your parry drills before worrying about that, ensign. Okay. Apparently you can go Praetor mode. I activate Praetor mode, you know? Yes, I'm assuming it consumes your life energy, and you might die using it, but it presumably turns you into a Super Saiyan. Nice work out there today. If you keep working your parries, you'll eventually be able to negate all damage. Even projectiles? No, well-timed parry negates all damage. What does that mean? A well-timed parry negates all damage. Okay. Let's parry everything, I guess. Give me a little bit more will. Or not will, strength rather. strength level 8. We're gonna need all the power, all the muscles in our bodies. They need to be strengthened to max. I don't know what to do. Let's do a little bit of will. I'm gonna do some will as well. Directed my will. Yeah. Not the real strat. I feel like, I don't know. I guess, like, are you supposed to, like, train all your stats? Like, I feel like we don't have enough stats to like, we don't have enough time to train all of our stats. I'm just focusing on strength and will. None of it matters. I feel like will as well. Like, it might be like a secret thing as well. Maybe you unlock like a true ending if you like max out your will too. I'm not sure. But anyway. Done for the day, head back to barracks and go to sleep. And as he lifted their eyes from the dirt, he declared, Homo Calum? Homo Salem? Homo Salem. I'm not familiar with that word. Homo Salem will point starward always. I guess that's the new name. You know, instead of Homo sapiens, it's Homo Calum, I guess. The next evolution of humans is the idea. To guide his children forevermore, the librarian who had become a warrior became a machine, and so was given his second name. That fast? The planet will be barren for decades. Guess the Senate felt it was best to start planning now. Well, the Corsica group probably nudged him along when it came time to sign the big fat contract. Opportunist scum. Present company excluded, of course. Success! Ha! I got some willpower. You're being too kind to them. Has your family contacted you at all? I haven't wanted to check. Don't ignore everything they send. What if the trust fund sprang a leak? Hey. They say they liquidated if I enlisted. I told them they could go ahead and donate it all. Well, shit. They realized I was fighting side by side with such a philanderer. Philanderer? It's philanthropist. Yeah, I was wondering, is that a made-up word? I wasn't sure. What's the difference? 200 squats? Where are we? Saitama from One Punch Man? Nice job of hitting your target for squats. Strengthening your legs will strengthen your entire form. More importantly, you stood your ground, hogging the squat machine even when people started to stare. You're finally learning the essence of gym etiquette. I think it's the opposite. You're not supposed to do that? Oh well. Power up! Okay. Well, time to max out strength, I guess. It's time to max out strength for the most powerful being on this freaking ship. I become the most powerful. I become Super Saiyan 4. Actually, I was gonna say Super Saiyan 4, well that was in Dragon Ball GT, I guess. I was going for like a Super Saiyan form that doesn't exist yet, so I guess it'll be Super Saiyan 5. But now it's like Super Saiyan Blue, whatever. What? Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan... Super God, Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Ultra Instinct, Kaioken, freaking blue, red, purple, I don't know. It's kind of ridiculous, actually. How the Dragon Ball, Super Saiyan forms, they just keep changing hair color, it's crazy. Anyway, the House of the Forest bow to the machine god and offer their fangs, so that his children might prey on all the weakness of the galaxy. The serpents of the deserts prostrate themselves and offer their skins, so that his children might be hale and hearty on any planet they trod. Interesting. So again, I think the idea is that the father, the quote-unquote, I guess, science fiction Bible god, father, I guess, is... I don't know if they said there was a person. I think they said there was a librarian, became a librarian, then became a warrior, then became a machine. So I'm assuming it's like, I don't know, it's like the Emperor of Mankind idea, yeah, from Warhammer. Like this one guy eventually became an AI, I guess. It's like this mythical being that watches over humanity, maybe. I always pictured hot oceans. geysers and steam and lots of coral. Not a bad guess. They say they can breathe underwater, though I've never seen it. They need natural resources to achieve spaceflight. And reasonable proximity to an asteroid belt that might enough black ice to ever leave their star system. Hey, we're narrowing it down pretty fast. What about you, Popper? What do you think their homeworld is like? Aside from your exercises, you go with the first word that comes to mind when you think of cancer. I don't know. Dangerous. Probably, yeah. Can't imagine how harsh their environment would have to be for them to turn out like that. Mother Terra is a galactic anomaly, a natural-born paradise. But we still ended up being pretty brutal fighters anyway. What's that say about us? That the first among fathers taught us well? True enough. Homo Calum have... Again, I don't know how to pronounce that. Homo Salium? Or Salem? Calum? I guess I'll say Calum. I don't know if it's a hard C or soft C. Homo Calum have barely held the cancer at bay. It's no wonder Homo sapiens were crushed. Right. That's the thing too in Gundam, you know? I mean, again, it's like just a lot of sci-fi tropes, but in Gundam, there's the idea of like an enhanced human, right? The next stage of evolution. Right? I forget what you call them, but it's like a constant concept in the Gundam series. So I've only really watched the first Gundam. Watched the first Gundam, a little bit of Gundam Seed, I guess, which was not... It's back when I watched TV as a kid, and sometimes it just came on, I don't know. Apparently it's the worst Gundam, though, you know? And... I don't know, I don't remember much from it, though. But I remember there was a scene where, like, the main character got seduced by, like, some girl, and then he did something stupid. That's all I remember about it, and I was like, well, come on, bro. Anyway. The biology of Mother Terra. Pretty romantic read, isn't it? Wish I could see it just once. You want to visit the homeworld? Ew, no, gross. I'm talking about Mother Terra back in her heyday, the Jurassic. Apparently Ruby's into like dinosaurs and fossils, you know? I was born in the wrong generation. I'll probably never see a plesiosaur? Plesiosaur? Probably? Also, did dinosaurs... I mean, obviously this is a different universe, but did dinosaurs exist back when humans existed? I think that's a bit of a myth, actually. Because the freaking Flintstones, you know? Or whatever. But, like, I don't think dinosaurs existed when humans were around. As far as I could tell. I could be wrong. I don't know. Not sure. Anyway. I just feel like if humans existed when dinosaurs were around, you know, we would all be dead. We'd just be eaten. Well, let's see. I'm gonna spend on willpower. My strength is maxed out. Well, there's nothing I can do there, I guess. Can't I break my limiter? You know, Doctor. Burn off my inhibitors. Become super powerful. Actually, what happens if I try to like increase my strength when I can't? When I'm maxed out? Oh, there's no option. Okay. I can't get much closer, so... I don't know. I guess I'll just train Will. Will seems important. I don't know. I'm gonna train it. My stat spread is very lopsided. Turns out. All you need is strength and willpower, you know? That's all you need. Break my will. With blessings from all her creatures, large and small, his children's bodies grew strong and hearts grew brave. Every Homo Calum would carry the ark of Mother Terra within their sacred helix, wherever they fought in his name. Sacred helix, I'm assuming our DNA. The DNA of the soul. It's been a whole morning of hushed whispers and raised eyebrows amongst the 404th. You're all told to get dressed, stand at attention, and wait further orders. An hour ago. Even soldiers' wills can falter when there's nothing better to do than stare at the back of the neck of the ensigns in front of you. I've been trying. It's not my device, it's a network. Like the whole ship? How should I know? But I've been able to get news all morning, so stop asking. Something's up. Thanks, Axel. I appreciate the insight. Stop attacking. We're awaiting orders. Orders that won't be popular. Why else would they want to stop us from reading the news? You read the news? I just asked my Valkyrie to summarize it for me. Yeah, that was implied in a previous scene. You just asked the Valkyrie to summarize everything for you. You know what I meant. Unable to rein in your curiosity, you ping Ruby. Are we really cut off right now? I can tell you that there's no technical issue preventing us from accessing the net. Is that uncomfortable for a Valkyrie? Even a ring of burning fire couldn't make me sweat. But it is irritating. Commander on deck! At ease, soldiers. With a lot less urgency than they snapped into place as she entered, the group's shoulders sat back to normalcy. The Voyager Armada has received new orders and a new heading. This longship will continue to advance past the border zone and into enemy-occupied space. We finally taking the fight to them, glassing their plants and microwaving their hives. We're making a retrieval. Oh. Fine. The news will break soon, if it hasn't already. Commander Conrad Elator of the 701st has been declared AWOL. Ah yes, I guess he got banned on Kick. He was so... He broke the TOS so much that he was banned on Kick. Now he has to go to another streaming platform that's even worse than that. Anyway. Space Kick. Even worse. What does that mean? I don't have a single brain cell in my body. Not sure. It's bad. Permission to speak, sir. At least one of you still asks. How long has he been gone? Only a few hours, right? They wouldn't announce that humanity's strongest soldier is missing unless they absolutely had to. Well, that reminds me of Attack on Titan. Yeah, I mean, obviously the military aspect, there's like, you draw a lot of parallels, But just it makes me think of Levi, Right, because the crabs care so much about current events. Pirates care. As do many other opportunists lurking in the shadows of the Republic. Oh, there's pirates? I didn't think we were fighting, we could be fighting other humans. But she didn't say he was missing. She said he went AWOL. The commander has been given, in the past, some degree of freedom, owing to his contributions to the war effort. He's so cool and strong he doesn't have to report in regularly? Yes, Ensign Mymir. But he dropped off the radar several weeks ago, and a few hours ago he sent a message. What did it say? It was hostile. What? Not the commander. It's fake, right? Worse yet, he was escorting a VIP when we lost contact. So he has a hostage. Stop it. Elator would never. Hypothesizing about his intentions, his tactics, his motivations, or his state of mind is irrelevant, Ensign. He's told us loud and clear how he feels. If you want to continue the conversation, we'll have to track him down and bring him in for questioning. Isn't that impossible, sir? He's humanity's strongest soldier, hero of the Styxian sands, liberator of terrain, lord of the morning mist, the white lion, the crab hammer. I know the titles. It really is like Warhammer, There's so many great things, Every time I read Warhammer 40k lore, it's always about this one guy. And it's like he does so many amazing things. He killed this big demon, and then he killed that. They did that thing, and then he survived 10 years without food or water or something, or he's in this hostile planet for like many years or whatever. I don't know. It's just many things that happen. And it's like that for like every character, every like iconic character in a Warhammer 40k universe is always this guy who just does a billion different things. It's like ridiculous actually a little bit. It's like every character is just like if it was like a fighting game, it's like every character is like OP for some reason. It's not very balanced well. Anyway, I know the titles. Plus, he's got the 701st, Deadliest voyagers there are, they're fanatic about him. They say he's never failed a mission, never retreated, never gotten wounded. All true. And all the more reason why he needs to be brought in. Your rising heart rate pushes out on an admission of cowardice barely disguised as a question. Why us? Our longship is the closest to his last known position, and time is of the essence. Did he make demands? None that you need to know about. Well, fine, right? If we're the ones who's got to do it, we just gotta do it, right? He's only one guy. Half the stuff we ever heard about him was propaganda, right? Right. Of course. There's only one question you need to ask yourselves. If Conrad's a legend, what does that make the soldiers who bring him to heel? Legendary! With a roar, the group starts thumping their feet and shaking their fists. Their faces wide, their eyes dilated. Excitement and anxiety mix into a muddy war paint strewn across their palates. But beneath her usual princely demeanor, something in the Major's eyes speaks of doubt. How strong could one guy be? Well, the thing is, in anime, it's like Dynasty Warriors. If you're like one guy, but like if you're OP, apparently you can just like mash the attack button, and kill hundreds of people really easily. But technically, if he does have like his own squad, if he has his own like, I don't know what you call it, a battalion. There's like a military term for it. I don't know how big these groups are, like how many people are like in one ship. I don't know if the game ever explained that, but if he has his own like group of soldiers, then it would be more tough, I guess. It'd be more understandable that it would be very powerful, because he has a bunch of veterans with him. I ain't gonna beat him if he has a bunch of soldiers with him. Anyway. What is it, Popper? Need a personalized speech? I'm not enough will now. You try to look her in the eyes, but end up settling for a spot on her forehead, her big forehead. Do you know Conrad Elator? Or do you know Conrad Elator? Met him during the ground assault on terrain. First day, I barely got a look at him. He moved so fast. Didn't help that he brought the morning mist in behind him. Pulverized so many crowds, he fogged the battlefield pink. You look down your hands, which only a number of days ago struggled to stab a single grunt. How can anyone be that strong? When terrain was finally cleansed, I got invited to feast with the 701st. Guy likes to drink almost as much as he likes to fight. Heard 100 different tales about him in between mugs, but I managed to piece together some truth amid all the bluster. He wasn't a virgin birth. Wasn't fathered by the Valkyries or whatever other crap you might have heard. His parents were soldiers, active duty. You frown. Something about that sounds wrong. I don't have brain cells. What are you saying? The runes should have prevented any pregnancy. For some reason, they didn't. Is that how that works? Do we become sterile because they put the nanomachines in us? Very Metal Gear Solid. Well, actually, when I think about it, I mean, Raiden did have a kid, so not really. But anyway. It's just that, well, anyway, it's a bit of a tangent, but like in Metal Gear Solid, I guess, technically Snake was sterile, but like, for different reasons, I guess. Anyway, I never said the guy wasn't extraordinary. His mother's Valkyrie knew before she did, informed her superiors. And they were curious, ordered her to carry him to term. And so Conrad Elator was born, with runes on day 0. His entire childhood, all of puberty, every day for his entire life, the runes have been empowering his growth. He's been juiced up, since day 0. What the heck? He's definitely not a natty. So yes, he is humanity's strongest soldier, probably the strongest there ever will be. Because he got an 18-year head start at everyone else. He and his Valkyrie must be. He doesn't have one. How do you know? I looked in his eyes and saw it. Humanity's strongest soldier fights alone. Does it without his anime waifu. What the heck? With Mother Terra aglow like never before with his children's reverence, he opened his 9 eyes, began to search for the first roads of old. The effort cost him all but one, but even with his vision diminished, he relit the heart so that his children could travel between the stars once more. Okay, so like yeah, humanity, evolved the next step. They rebuilt, they kind of like merged with like technology and AI. And I guess the original AI, I guess, did find the road of old, meaning the warp network, I guess. Is the idea? Well, nothing on schedule for today. We're just ready up to like fight the traitor, I guess. The supposed traitor. Could be like it could definitely be a conspiracy. I feel like it's definitely a conspiracy, but we're supposedly gonna fight humanity's strongest soldier. Didn't notice you come in. Something wrong? You tell him all about the new mission to hunt down Commander Elator. You let him know how terrifying he was described as, and how insurmountable the gap in strength is. I guess we're screwed. Sorry, that was a joke. I wish I could help, but all my research, all the Voyager's research, has been spent studying the true enemy. I really don't know the first thing about fighting people. Tell him about the Major's theory, about the source of Elator's strength, and how he doesn't have a Valkyrie either. I know what you're getting at, but the circumstances are just too different. Most likely Conrad just doesn't recognize his Valkyrie as such. He shared a brain with them since before he could even think. To him, the Valkyrie is just another part of his mind. Like his conscience. Or maybe his stomach. But meanwhile, I'm just a bookworm who never managed to find a dance partner. I'm afraid there's no secret weakness for me to reveal to you. Why do you think your Valkyrie never manifested? The big question. I think it's an issue of mentality. I signed up for the wrong reasons. Didn't want to fight the cancer. Couldn't wrap my head around protecting humanity. Wasn't particularly brave or bloodthirsty. I was unemployed and hoped if I just jumped in, I would find my purpose later. Unemployed. The word congeals in the air. Sorry. Even a homeschooled iconoclast. Iconoclast? How you pronounce that? Iconoclast? Iconoclast? I'm gonna look it up actually. I've seen the word before. I actually don't really know what it means exactly. I know. I feel like I've looked it up before. Not often enough to like remember what it means though. I guess so.
Iconoclast.
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 Iconoclast. A person who attacks cherished beliefs and institutions, a destroyer of images used in religious worship. Okay, is that what it means?
Iconoclast.
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 Iconoclast. Iconoclast. Iconoclast. Iconoclast. Iconoclast? Iconoclast. Anyway. Sorry. Even a homeschooled iconoclast like yourself finds that kind of talk offensive. I apologize. I've never heard anyone admit it before, that's all. Finding a purpose would have been nice, yeah. But I think what I was really wishing for was strength. Well, I got plenty of that. Literally. You're a pretty big guy. You're too kind. It's not flattery. His calm demeanor might hide it, but when he stands at his full height, he casts a large shadow. But that's not the kind of strength I'm talking about. Or maybe it is. I'm not sure. On the planet I was born, mining was profitable, but margins were slim, as was the food supply. Too many bad winters in a row. Then the Armada need to requisition supplies to put down an insurgency 2 star systems over. It got to the point where the adults had to start asking for volunteers. For rationing? For limbs. Delicious, delicious limbs. Oh, I don't have no will. You freeze. I was younger then, but not that young. Still, I did nothing. I didn't even consider doing anything. I sat huddled in the back with the sick and the elderly, greedily swaddled in rags and furs, chewing my fingernails for comfort. I sat there and watched them, the strong ones, the volunteers. Healthy, tall, muscled, beautiful, with easy smiles and big arms. I must have looked like an insect to them, and they... I didn't get it. I still don't. I hope that if I became strong and tall and muscled and beautiful, maybe I could see the world as they did, and understand where their selfishness, or selflessness, not selfishness, selflessness came from. You know, because they were the ones being eaten. But now that I know I'm incapable of that kind of strength, Valkyrie never showed because I'm too selfish to share my head with anyone. I must have strangled them in the womb. Sorry, that was a joke. This guy, always joking. Just a scary story to take your mind off things. I didn't mean for it to get so gory. Will success, oh, I have some willpower. That wasn't just a story you made up. It was meant to scare you, though. Okay, so it was a real story, it just... You know. You're growing. Every time I see you, you've changed. And it's starting to make me hate you. First day we met, I prayed that your Valkyrie would never show. Same as I pray for every other dumb, lucky teen that's achieved in days what I could imagine years. Because I'm not a good person. I hope you get bored of me soon. I'd rather we part ways before my envy rears its ugly head. I don't know. The fact that you're self-aware means, like, that's not the whole truth, though. You know, like, if you were actually jealous, you wouldn't admit that to, you know, to the person that you're jealous of. I think you're mature enough to, like, to not actually be that, you know, petty about it. But I don't know. He might still be hiding something. Anyway, unable to find anything else to say, you get up to leave, then return to the barracks to close out your day. Though the father knew all, he could not give all to his children. Relics needed to be obtained and paths reopened. Blessed by the mother and guided by the father, Homo Calum walked the stars and saw that mausoleums of ignorance were all that remained of the first men. Alright. Why? Because you already asked about everyone else? It's just a dance, don't get so defensive. Do I have to dress up? We all have the same uniform. Okay, they're talking about the dance even though we're on a suicide mission to go kill some guy that's like super powerful? So dumb. Do they have nothing better to worry about with everything else going on? Yeah, it's dumb, but it's fun too. For Sam. Well, Kara, I can't believe but... or rather, I just read that clearly wrong. Well, Kara, I can't help but notice that you haven't mentioned a dance part yourself. And? Nothing. I just think it'd be a shame for you to have to watch everyone else from the sidelines. What about you then? Not telling. Popper, help me out here. It's not a big deal, right? I have someone in mind, right here. Bastion of secrecy all of a sudden. Apparently we're reenacting historical battles. Studying famous battles from the past is a great way to improve your tactics. After all, it's been thousands of years since anyone's come up with any new strategies. So the existing ones must be perfect, of course, definitely. Increase willpower. Now what? You know, I have a feeling if I max out Adrian's relationship meter, like, we're gonna like get a different ending or something, you know? I don't know. Like, I want to get the normal ending first before I somehow get some kind of weird secret ending, you know? That's how it feels to me. The way, I don't know, the way visual novels are designed. I have like some kind of like gut feeling, you know? That Adrian's like a special character, that if you max out his like stuff, you get like a different ending. I don't know. But then I feel like you have to deliberately avoid him. It's like hard to do. There's you get many chances, you know? Like, you get like an actual like chance to actually interact with him. you know, on certain days you have to interact with him. You could choose not to, I guess. But why would you skip the day, right? It feels like a waste. Anyway, well, I don't know. Like, I'm not really interacting with anyone else. I'm like, you know, it's so close to the end, technically, of the day. Well, the game is a lot longer, though, so I don't know how this works. I feel like the game wouldn't just end here, or at least when you reach the last days, I guess. But, I don't know, I'm just feeling like, at this point, like, should I bother raising my affection meter of anyone else? Because I'm not gonna raise it to the max anyway, you know, so... I'm not sure. Like, I feel like it would take many playthroughs, actually, to max out every single one. I'm not sure. But you know what? Let's increase more willpower. I train will. Where is my will? Oh. The Cancer know only destruction and scorn. So great is their poison that the other galaxies dare not treat with his children while they yet breathe. But they are guilty of sloth most of all. While Homo Calum grew strong, the Cancer merely grew. Wouldn't count on it. Those cowards in the Senate would have known retaliatory action if it bit them in the ass. Of course not. AIs don't have asses. No, they don't. Probably why they don't understand the first thing about how much we're risking out here. Your Valkyrie's gonna get all depressed if you keep talking like that. Valkyries are risking their neck every bit as much as we are. I have no problem voting for one of them if they ever ran. Is that even possible? Probably not, but to be honest, I don't even know where the senators came from. Guess we don't know. Maybe the capital worlds? They aren't assembled like models, Popper. They were all created a long time ago by the father himself. Oh, but they still get voted in or out. What do they do when they aren't in office then? Campaign? You know, apparently, yeah, it's just AI. Just kind of weird, isn't it? I mean, technically, I don't know. Actually, I don't know how, like, advanced the AI are, right? So, I don't know. I feel like, isn't it just like a weird thing where, like, all the AI just know each other? And so it's like, and they live forever anyway? So like it's just all arbitrary whether one AI is in power versus another, because they all have the same goal anyway. I don't know, because they're not like humans, I'm assuming. But then again, you know, obviously it's like this weird thing. Like, depends on the sci-fi, I guess. Depends on the setting. Some AI are basically they're the same as humans, really. They have their own personal goals, their own personalities. It's just like these Valkyries, you know. Apparently. I wonder, well, it's funny, you know, there's this whole, like, setup as well, like, apparently all the other characters have their own Valkyries, but we never get to meet them, we only get to meet Ruby. The Ruby herself is just kind of there, you know, it's like, it never really has, like, a real, I guess, I don't know what the word is, but, like, a real voice in the plot, I feel like. She's just along for the ride, you know, kind of like Navi from Legend of Zelda, you know, kind of there. Knowing how to take your weapon apart isn't that big of a deal, but being able to put it back together can be vital. And so long as you're learning it one way, you might as well learn the other. Willpower. Increase willpower. Even though it's useless most of the time, I guess. Well, we can't increase will anymore. Come on. 30 will? You know, it's like, that's impossible, though. I can't get 30 will. Alright. I don't know, it feels like a waste to not do something. What should I train? You know? It's like, I'm not gonna bother increase... I don't know, I guess, I don't know. It doesn't really matter. Because I feel like we're not gonna max out anyone else anyway, you know? But... what would be useful, I guess? You know what? Let's go for a little endurance, I guess. Okay, know, you should train your endurance. I mean, I guess I should train every ability equally, like a little bit at least, is the idea, maybe. I wonder, I mean, can you get, like, max out relationships with everybody? It seems impossible. I mean, I guess maybe if I didn't bother doing will, maybe, and just focus on increasing every stat minimum, maybe? I don't know. Whatever, I'm gonna train endurance. Pushing Ornus around will test your endurance plenty. You're up for it? Yeah. I increased my endurance a little bit. You know, I finally increased other stats. You know, this is a long time. It took a long time until I even bothered doing that. Father mourned for the children lost amidst the true war, even as they rejoiced in their purpose. So he gave of himself yet again, and from his own blood he formed his daughters. From stardust he forged the runes. Together they carry his soldiers into battle, and Valhalla on the wings of gold. I guess he created nanomachines, which I guess by what he means by daughters, I guess he means Valkyries. His children are like the Valkyries. I don't know and I don't care. There's no justification for betraying humanity. We need to know. You should care. Understanding why Elector went AWOL could be the thing that lets us beat him. Or drives us just as insane as him. Our Valkyries protect us from mental contagions. Is there such a thing? They keep our trauma responses within certain boundaries and send alerts to our superiors if things get out of hand. I didn't know that. You should talk to your Valkyrie more then. We do talk. It's not about depressing shit. That you remember. Now what's that supposed to mean? Your Valkyrie can help you forget things if you ask. What the hell? Who will want that? Also, they keep saying hell. It's a different hell though, apparently. H-E-L. Soldiers who go on bad missions, I guess. Every time we go out, we rid the galaxy of another 1,000 crabs. Who want to forget any of that? Conrad, maybe. You think humanity's greatest soldier went nuts because of some bad shit he doesn't even remember? Wouldn't it bother you? Not knowing what you wanted to forget. Are you trying to give me a headache? How am I supposed to trust anything after hearing that? If you're worried, just ask them outright. Huh? Also, excuse me. Excuse. Throat is dry. I cough a little bit. Alright. Valkyries can't lie. The father forbade it. Oh, okay, that's the end of the conversation. Alright. Also we did preacher curls? Which one? What are preacher curls? Are they like bicep curls, I guess? I've heard that they're bad though. Which one are they? I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna look it up actually. Preacher curls. Yeah, it's this. Yeah, you put it on the bench, I guess, or whatever. Not a bench, but you know. I mean, I guess you can. But I've heard that it's bad though, apparently. Doing preacher curls are like can lead to injury. Especially if you like do too much, you know, it can lead to a point where like you break your joint, I think. I've heard of that. Like it's not great. It can be dangerous, I've heard. But I don't know. What do I know? Anyway. Preacher curls will have you feeling vivid real fast once that burn starts. Push past the pain and you can reach a point of true clarity. Right around the moment when you drop the weights. Alright, let's see. Let's increase our will. A little bit of will. Barely any endurance, but whatever. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Rotate my saves, by the way. Let's increase... Yeah, let's increase more will. I want more willpower. Give me all that willpower. Come on. Ah, yes. Ah, yes, more will. Yet for every miracle he performed, the father drifted further and further beyond this plane. His children wept at his coming departure, but he insisted we stand tall. Never heard of it. Is it some kind of fruit? Yes, but it's not sweet. It's kind of savory, I suppose. A big, wet, savory fruit? I'm not smart. You stare in bewilderment as you try to imagine what Niels is describing. Doesn't sound that good. Don't encourage him, Popper. You should try any colony fair whenever you get the chance. Well, you know, you'll never get the chance to visit that planet again. I'm not gonna fill up on fruits and veggies at my first ever officer's ball. This is my chance to bump shoulders with the real heroes of the Armada. You'll never have anything interesting to say to them if you don't try and expand your horizons. Eating fruit counts as expanding your horizons? Well, I guess we learned topics of interest. 5 topics of interest should be enough for you to mingle during the ball. If anyone tries to change the subject to something you're not familiar with, tell them that I'm blabbing something very important in your ear and just try to look serious. Huh? Very important. Let's see. Well, let's bump endurance a little bit. Endurance level 1. I finally, you know, can survive like 2 seconds of jumping jacks or something. I don't know. Let's see. Well, we can't train our will again, so let's go somewhere else. Where do we train our endurance? Is it training here? Maybe? Well, actually, I'm thinking of, well, actually, you need 2 endurance to, like, you know, increase the relationship meter. Maybe I should just train, like, 1 point, you know, in every stat. You know, maybe that's a good idea, actually. You know, I should do some reading, because apparently I'm just really dumb. Maybe I should train my intellect? Or maybe my speed. I don't know. I mean, does intellect help? I don't want to make a mage build, you know, not that it matters. Does this game or this visual novel ever culminate to a point where it actually matters, that we actually have combat? I don't know. I would train speed instead, actually, when I think about it. That's what I'm doing. Not that it matters, like 1 stat point, does it help at all? I don't know, but at least do one speed. How about it? Up for a little run? Focus on speed. You focus on short intervals or sprinting to better your speed. Yeah. Lastly, into the law of the galaxy who wrote our senate to keep our hearts stalwart and our spears pointed outward. And then he departed from this plane, gone forever. Okay, so this mythical father figure, I guess, doesn't directly exist anymore. You know, we can't communicate with them anymore, at least in this universe. Instead, we have the Senate, which is the AI politicians that control the government, I guess. Well, you should think about it. They deserve to celebrate too. Alright, I'll ask. What about you, Popper? You see if your Valkyrie has any plans for the ball? Finally called out right in the middle of an intricate step, you falter. Ah nah, should have trained more speed. You trip over yourself. Guilty feet getting in the way of your rhythm, huh? You look down to the ground, not knowing how else to answer. They work very hard, you know. If you're gonna be dancing and eating and... well, I guess I won't be drinking. Because of them. Anyway, you should at least get yours some flowers or something. You asked Nisa how you would go about giving flowers to an incorporeal AI. Boo, it's the thought that counts. Even Axel understands that much. Of course I do. I just don't want you to pin all your hopes on this ball, Nisa. The longship is pretty deep in unknown territory by now, and... well, everyone knows that. All the more reason to celebrate while we can, don't you think? Yeah. Well, what kind of gift did you get yours? You're not stealing my ideas that easily. Axel's frown is surprisingly deep. He really was hoping to copy your idea. You know, you're the smartest guy here, and trying to like steal her homework? Come on. Anyway, we learned the battle dance apparently. The battle dance is sacred among soldiers. That means you're not allowed to laugh during it. Even during the part where you pretend to be holding spears. I guess. Anyway, do you want a gift? A gift? I suppose it's about time I come clean. The truth is, I don't actually have a physical body. I'm projected onto your cornea. I know. Would you like a different kind of gift? And this gift, it can be anything? I didn't say that. Well, if I really can ask for anything. Show me a trilobite fossil. Where would I find one? The fossil record is chock full of them. You can check any old substrate. Fine. Any old arthropod will do. Okay. Oh, gotta remember to get a gift for Ruby. It's a freaking fossil of some sort. Spend my XP. Guess I'll increase my speed a little bit. Yeah. Amazing. Keep saving the game, I guess. Oh, which one? Oh, now it's hard to tell. I guess this one? It's just darkness, by the way. The thumbnail is just darkness. I guess when you're on the screen, there's no screenshot of the game. Let's see. Let's increase our will. More experiments, Doctor. Okay, here's what was his name again? Conrad Elkator or something? He has a weird name, so I don't remember it. But you know, it's the same guy, right? It's the strongest warrior or whatever of humanity. Anyway, we had to be quiet. We're escorting a VIP on a survey. None of the thousands of people watching this stream tell you what, okay? Cool. Promotion? Oh, I could never. You think I want to sit at a desk? After you leave the service. You're not trying to get rid of me, are you? Mods? Mods? Why is this steeped in like Twitch streamer culture? Like, what is this? Mods, report them as traitors to humanity or whatever. I have thought about it a bit. I might teach one of those academies, maybe. Fighting? Sorry, no. I can't teach anyone to fight like I do. Nah, I thought I might teach history. Military history? Sure, military history. Doesn't suit you. Come on, you think I wouldn't look good behind a teacher's desk? Can't picture it. Practical joke? Well, at least one of you has a sense of humor. I'm kidding. Jack, come on. Conrad Elator teaching history? No, I'm never retiring. I'll fight the true enemy from my sickbed if I have to. Till the day I die, I'll... What else we got here? When did I choose to become a soldier? Oh, didn't realize we had a first-time viewer. Well, welcome. Thank you for watching. Thank you for coming. I didn't choose to become a soldier. I was born a soldier. Most everyone else in Narmadas will be using metaphor when they say that. For me, it's literal. So to answer your question, I guess I didn't choose to become a soldier. If I had to become a soldier? I don't know, chat. This fucking face. Dumb question anyway, right? You know, that is the origin of Conrad's betrayal. He got brain rot. He became a streamer. That's the true root of the issue here. He became a streamer, and that is the root issue of society, really. Never become a streamer. Otherwise, especially like a famous streamer, you know, it's like, otherwise, you start to question your duty to humanity, I guess. In her grief at the father's departure, Mother Terra froze herself over. Until the cancer are scraped from this galaxy, her arms will forever remain close to us. Thus Homo Calum pledges itself to true war forevermore. Save the game. What did they say? What's the deadline? It was the 27th, right? So, don't they do the thing now? Or whatever? Maybe I should stop here. I'm not sure. Maybe I should. Because, you know, again, I'm assuming the game is a lot longer. I don't know. I mean, I guess it depends if you try to get all the endings and all the, you know, all the scenes. I'm not sure if I'll do that, but I guess we'll see. I don't know. I just don't know how the game is designed, you know? Should I stop here and then come back later? Or should I just... Like, is there how much of it's left? I'm not sure. But it did say like it was 50,000 words. But I guess I wonder how much of those words are optional, you know? Because it could be like you don't have to actually see all the scenes involving all the other characters, I guess. Oh, I don't know. Anyway. But I think I'll stop here, actually. Is there like a go back to main menu button? I guess not. Doesn't seem like it. I'll just be here then. But I guess it is the 27th. Is it? I can't remember. They did say, well, obviously it's too long ago, so I don't know history of that, but I'm assuming, I think that's what they said, right? The 27th is the ball or whatever. And it seemed like a deadline of the game, you know, when it's gonna conclude. I'm assuming. You know, it's ironic, I think, like, ironically enough, I don't think we ever get to actually fight crabs, you know? We fight simulated crabs, but not real crabs. Conrad and everything. What was I was gonna say something else about him. I forget. I forgot what I was gonna say about him. I mean, obviously the whole Twitch stream thing, you know, is silly. It doesn't have to be Twitch, I guess. It could just be any kind of streaming platform. But Twitch is the most, you know, it's the one that I know the most. I think it's the most popular one, at least for gaming. Anyway. But, yeah, that'll be it for today, I think. That's it for Märchen Line. I guess definitely we'll explore more next time, I think. So far, it's interesting enough. It's just, I don't know, definitely more of a dating sim, which I don't love dating sims, so definitely it's like, it's not the best. I would say not the best story. That well, I don't know how to word it, but like it's not the best story for me, I guess. Is definitely it's like a lot of build up, you know. It's like that's the point. Maybe the story is the interaction of the characters and everything. I'm just wondering when it gets dark. You know, does it get dark? I mean, there are some dark moments, a little bit, obviously. You know, when a planet got attacked, and that one part where this guy's family, I guess, or clan or village or whatever, like ate each other, I guess. That's the cannibal part, I guess. I was hoping for real cannibalism, you know, not someone telling me about cannibalism. I want the character to be eating people, you know. That's what I thought was gonna happen. It's more like, you know, a story about cannibalism, you know. Anyway, but I don't know, the game does imply that it gets like scary. See, like this, you see this gif here when you hover over the freaking thumbnail, it's like, ooh, oh no, ooh, what's happening, ooh, you know. I thought people were gonna die, you know, in like the first like 2 hours or something, but it just keeps going, you know. I mean, again, it's all right. It's just, I don't know, these kind of stories, I just kind of like, I'm just less interested in them these days, you know. I just want action, you know. I want something to happen, you know. Not like action all the time, like they don't have to be fighting people all the time. It's just, you know, something to add tension, you know. So it's not just like, and then it's another day, you wake up, you know, and you brush your teeth, you know, and it's like The Sims, you know. It's just normal life for the most part, and obviously the context is different, but story-wise, pacing-wise, you know, it just feels like typical dating sim, you know, day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5, you know. It's like, it doesn't feel like there's a real any urgency, I guess, you know. But I don't know, it is still a well-written story, though. I do want to see how it concludes, I guess, and maybe there is some like deeper thing that's supposed to happen. And the world building is interesting as well, I gotta say. It has a lot of sci-fi tropes and everything, but it's all interesting, though. You know, how they kind of like slowly tell you the lore, you know, of everything. It's mostly through a Bible quote, though. Like every time it's like a Bible quote, it reminds me of Call of Duty. Anyway. But again, that'll be it for today. I'll definitely try to continue tomorrow and see, you know, how it ends, I guess. And then I guess we'll see what the different endings are. It seems like we get them at the end, maybe. Or it has something to do like the stat points. I'm not sure. I don't know how that works exactly. Funnily enough, you know, even though it's like it says here like stat check interactions, so like a lot of it is about building stats at a certain point, you know. So you meet the right stat points or stat checks, so you see all the different dialogue choices or whatever, or interactions. But I only trained strength, you know, and it seems like strength is the most useless stat for the most part. I don't remember like a stat check involving strength. like at all, really. That was important to anything. You know, it was never a point where we need to like lift a box for someone, you know, at a dialogue interaction or anything. It just never seemed to happen. I don't know. Anyway. Alright. Again. So let me just I guess switch to this. There you go. So that'll be it for today. Let me just say my usual schedule is Saturday and Sunday, noon Eastern time. And I guess tomorrow I will continue playing more of this sci-fi visual novel. And I guess we'll see, you know, if it really lives up to the horror genre. I mean, there are some somewhat horror elements. I mean, again, like it's kind of like existential horror. Which, you know, it's not bad, but it just kind of happens in the background, you know, for the most part. So I do want to see, is there a point where crap people just kill everyone in the ship? I don't know. Something. I guess we'll see. Anyway, but yeah, that'll be for today. Again, thanks for watching, and I guess we'll see you around. Bye.